Anti-match is
What
mid. Science.
the flying fish?
Okay. Like Science knew, he just have to fun in mid lane. So he picked.
This can be so much easy for OD.
But anti-mage is like
Anti-mage.
good magical.
Against the magic.
And
Brother,
against the magic.
that's the beauty of Dora. If you're playing a carry, at initial stages, you are weak as thin of paper.
Yep.
You can't do anything. OD can give you tough time in the initial phase. He's charging,
Oh,
he's charging.
chicken.
I think he's spotted. Oh.
Okay. Anu doesn't have tangos as well. Trying to get as much as spam can. TYR other side. I guess something is cooking. Chicken gets a Tainu kill. It's a good start for him as well. Already 0-3. And see the pressure. Mid-pick having good last hit as well with Pudge. Oh, Sparky, have to be careful. Package mass. Little bit of minus damage, but doesn't have to worry about. Body block, instantly hook, and get that kill. Shiro.
You need to get away from this
Yeah.
Pudge. Pudge has magic 11 charges, the magic wand. I think Shiro kidnapping is almost confirmed. Don't feed this Pudge. Every time you die in the vicinity of Pudge, he gets that magic resistance and damage block, that HP. And if you don't want the game to be tough, you better avoid it. Else, the moment this Pudge gets boots and a Ganem Scepter, he will run down over you.
It's already 0-5 and TYR is also struggling in lane against this Alchemist. And, you know, Alchemist. See, Mirana is having fun and most of the XP as well to level up. Then they can use the Moonlight and go for the gang. Again, Hook, Sparky, can do a lot of damage, but the push, that's also missed. Shiro. Okay.
3 minutes, 4 frags. Very well done.
Thank God. Okay, Hanu just giving some right clicks to Chicken. Chicken have some idea. Chicken have that, oh, that arrow connects Matino. The blood grenade also placed for the Tiny and instantly punishes him down. Team Ghana, they are losing their heroes again and again and again. This is not looks good for them. Team Australia, they have picked those heroes like they wanted to just play, not for this competition. They're having fun. Oh, this is a nice toss and avalanche combo. TYR uses his race to give some damage to Matino, but isn't enough to get him down. Big.
Everybody would be thinking that Pudge is the main person in this lane. But that constant heal and support by the Oracle also make Pudge really good. I want to see what kind of items this anti-mage want to make. Because he's giving tough time to OD. Something needs to be settled.
Yep, I guess. See, anti-mage isn't made. Anti-mage is also like having most amount of last hit. So we can like expect anti-mage can win easily that mid lane as well against OD.
No, it is not that viable option. And I've never seen it in big matches, big tournaments, that anti-mage is playing, this aggressive role. There was a time when people used to spam mid Medusa, and just to revert that snake of Medusa, anti-mage was used. But God knows what else they are planning for. Alchemist, he got Urn of Shadows, the boots of speed, and 2 level of concussive stun. There's problem, there's problem.
Oh, the arrow connects well, giving good amount of damage, but Martino have to be careful as well. He is also low, it is safe. He goes down the live. Oh, Okay.
What if they had a Zeus?
Yeah.
One button, 2 frags.
With one refresher, one rampage.
Oh yeah.
0-10 is the scoreline. Team Australia. 4k net worth lead currently have and good amount of damage in here dealing. SF is down. Alchemist is looking for one kill. This stun will do the job. Shido. Okay, the both are getting stunned. Instantly loses Earn and kill. And Chicken still survived. 0-13. 5k net worth. Martino got the double kill. Mid-peak. He's now struggling finally, but he does have the Oracle to support him. And he'll also instant hook and wake it safe. He is going to be godlike in
All of this is happening without even reaching level 6.
yeah.
3 level of rod, 1 level of hook, and next will be dismember. This Pudge is going to be crazy fat in the sense of HP, not body.
Yeah. Yeah, again.
And finally rotation.
Finally they got opening.
Yeah, finally rotation. This is not done, this is not sure. Anti-mage cannot harm Tidehunter in this initial phase. Shiro, he got the goal for the goal. Ward. But instantly, if
Aside.
you notice, the items with anti-mage, they are not nice. He's also compromised. He would be getting power threat soon. He's lacked impact. And what will be the impact of anti-mage? I think the only player who will be making a difference would be mid-pick.
I guess Science can actually go for the Mozo build.
Again double kill.
Yeah.
What is happening in the safe lane?
Midpick is having fun. Like he's chilling and getting some kills. Science. Let's see. Oh, that mana void just deleted the OD
Holy
from
moly.
the map. Whoa. The step coming from Kaya. He already knew that this can be happening. Shido, hook. Oh, Dismember was in cooldown. 1 second.
The moment, was it cooldown? He just...
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in cooldown.
I think he's dead.
Yeah.
The rod is level 4. It's impossible for anyone now to at least even stand behind. Stand with Pudge. But Pudge, he's not going for a Ganon Scepter.
Oh, arrow plays instantly and punishes him. Chicken is on a mega kill as well.
Tenu.
8 minutes, 21 kill Team Australia already has. And Midpig is looking for his godlike streak now. Okay, one more right click and do the job. Okay, he's dominating because he died some times ago.
So he's going for Eternal, Ethereal Blade. He already got the costliest item, the Ultimate Orb. And just imagine using it on enemy, then chasing it with Rot on.
Oh, see. Kaya
Look bad.
is having
But I think Ghana.
bad day.
No, don't blink, don't blink.
Oh, one mana word can give good amount of damage. Let's see, can he?
Anti-mage.
Oh!
He got double flag. He was about to get that too. But Science. They should have anticipated obvious. God bless it. Ghana.
I thought he would have get the triple kill as well. That hook, Midpig is a mega killer right now. And they are pressuring in every single lane.
See that network.
Yeah, there's nothing to do for the Ghana. They already loses the most of the game actually.
It's done and dusted.
Unstoppable.
They're not even using frags now. Kills. Pudge was literally chasing with a rot on. Anti-mage. Stop it. This is harassment.
228, 10 kilometers lead. Team Australia, they are behind the Tier 1 tower. They are confident enough now. They will surely win this game. Whoa.
They did a lucky draw. Tidehunter wanted to dodge that arrow. Unfortunately, He literally, the arrow was about to move side, and he kept that foot in the front of that hook. Anti-Mage will be using that bottle before filling it again with the haste rune. And I'm worried about Odi now. Because Odi would be the prime target. But the Hanoom. Mana burn.
Oh. One more click and there's no mana left for Thenu. Oh, one mana but can do good amount of damage as well. But I guess Science is looking for the OD, the main target.
Don't use that
What's it
dismember.
on?
This Tidehunter can go for the ravage. But no.
He's not level 6.
Maybe. High chances. Odi just trying to delay his death. Because at any cost, he will be taken down. That arrow connection by Mirana, he got disabled. But Anti-Mage, look at that aggression with the bare basic items, the brace and the magic wand. This Anti-Mage is doing the tanky roles. He's giving everyone in the matchup tough time. He does have that mana void. But what are the other plans?
Yeah. They can easily go for the win. They don't have to worry about anything. Team Australia. This is the series they enjoy a lot, I would say. But tomorrow is going to be very important for them when they're gonna like fight against Team India. Science bottle invisibility drone again. The hit miss. Zing is now farming. And you can see the network. There's red line and green line. Just to like little bit of farm for the Oracle and he will just climb up the OD as well.
Dude! Alchemist's first scepter is almost ready. That's why Pudge didn't go for the scepter. He
Yeah.
go for the ethereal blade. Now he's going for Shivaz. Just imagine, in the matter of 15 minutes, if this Pudge gets 3 big items, he will be indestructible. But toss.
Team
He
Ghana have
arranging
no
things a
damage.
little bit, but I don't think for a much longer time they can do more.
Okay, Ravage is online. Team Ghana, can they use this Ravage to do something in this map? Anti-bait. The Bushwhacks connects well. Oh, the arrow. Okay, arrow misses, but other side mid-pig already take down one. Tainu is looking for the toss target, but no, he just get back to safer line. But you can see the moonlight advantage. Team Ghana, they are suffering. And Team Australia, they're just demolishing them. Shido is down as well. Chicken is also having fun. The arrow. They're just having fun.
Anti-Mage, like he got the bracer, he got the Vanguard. Vanguard blocks a lot of physical damage. It's not looking good. The scoreline is 35-3. Team Ghana, they have been decimated. Odi. He got a sneaky kill over Zing, but it was not enough. And I think Pudge got his gifted scepter. And now he will be more annoying.
Yeah, Odi was looking for the soft target and Oracle was soft. So he finally get one kill. 436. Pudge taking this ancients.
Yeah, he got the scepter.
Yeah. And now looking for Blink. After Blink, they actually again can go for the fountain farming.
They are delaying the game because they want to.
Yeah.
They can still move for the tier 3 and end the game. Because Mirana got decent item, decent farm, anti-mage items, Pudge got items. They were trying to gank anti-mage without a certain disable, without using smoke of deceit. Brother, this is Global Esports game. This is the best we have from the nation, from respective nations. You can't be that frank, that casual in that approach.
18 can lead. Team Australia. What they're thinking right now? Like they already own the game. Still, they are just delaying the victory. The side. But you know, okay, the 5 from the Ghana, they are here in the top lane. But you know, have to be careful because this 5 can kill one easily. You know, have the info. He is getting back the moonlight use. He is invisible now, but does have the vision. Does they have vision? The Ravage also used, but they doesn't have the vision. Wow, what a game.
Oh,
the arrow was so close. Yeah. Someone killed them.
It's not an easy situation.
They are just looking for kills, not towers or anything.
Science and mid pick. They're jumping here, there,
Sparky,
trying to get maximum farm. But
you
now,
have to hit.
after giving
There's a taunt.
scepter to Pudge,
Courier
now-
also came here to kill, I guess.
now Alchemist is like,
She can still surviving. Oh, the damage. The peak. It's going for more. Science. Okay. Spin. And here he can give more damage as well. Team Ghana, they should call GG now. Finally, they
I
have
think they should have said GG when Pudge got 6 to 8 frags in a matter of 10 minutes. And they were respawning, they were fighting, trying to fight Pudge. And every time the fight was so close, at that those crucial frags, those were the real reasons behind that.
Whoa. This is good for Team Australia. They didn't have to take any pressure for the semi-final match. 4 for 42. Team Ghana, where they are right now. What they are thinking right now. At peak, invisible, does have blink, eternal blade, Tide. You are the next target. Okay, SF is lost because SF can die easily in
You know,
seconds.
if he had used the same thing on Tide Hunter, then Tide Hunter, just because of Kraken Shell,
Kraken Shell.
that ultimate would have been over in a few seconds. And in scenario of SF, he would have be dead in the whole ultimate. Tiny and Odie trying to be a little sneaky. They were waiting for the Mirana push-up, but Pudge is trying to backstab. He got the blink, and now he will just go in, get that rot on, get that dismember on, and there is no situation, there is no chances that from this situation, Team Ghana is ever planning to make a comeback.
Yeah. Martino, arrow! Oh, that's connect. And instantly one more punish. Science is unstoppable right now. Odie. I guess they should go and go somewhere to hide in this map. SF in the bottom lane, trying to get some farm.
This game is beyond damage control.
Yeah. Okay. Eternal. Not on point. Tide Hunter.
Holdwing died 12 times, Tide Hunter died 12 times, 10 times SF, 6 times Tiny, 8 times OD. This is not acceptable. Core 1, Core 3, position 5, position 4.
Tide had the drivage. He didn't use. I don't know why he was holding his ultimate. Now finally they are pushing. Team Australia can go for the meteor and push faster. After this racks, they will wait for the fountain front
This is the first lane racks for the team Australia.
in 20 minutes.
And maybe they didn't have good physical damage, that's why they were taking this much time. Else, in the last game we all saw that.
Oh, the
Other
Ravage.
pick, finally Ravage. They got stunned, but there was no follow-up. Now Pudge with the instant pick, with the ethereal blade, and they are hunting everyone one by one. They're going for that hook connects. They got one more frag. We can see a lot of buyback has been done. What are the support? What are the follow-ups Radiance have? Anti-Mage, Mirana, they were in the base, they got assassinated, but Pudge and Alchemist, they still want to fight.
Yeah. Okay, Chicken. not end yet. He goes for the kill. He will just get punished. And Ghana, they are trying to chase, but Pudge going back for that OD. That hook miss because of that Astral. One more right click. Okay, the damage.
He's so smart. He knew it. That OD doesn't have solar eclipse. He doesn't have those acid imprisonment. Only thing remaining was those physical attacks, and just to avoid that, he got that ethereal dead on, and it was so infuriating for OD.
And Pudge have
He
purchased
knows,
Ego.
OD knows that game is already over, but still getting that kill could have satisfied his ego.
Yeah.
But still, Pudge denied that instantly.
Wow. 27-1.
He's literally 50% fragging.
Now
Making
28.
50% fragging for the team. The Hanoob. I was expecting a better performance
You can see the
overall.
Poogie. Poogie is also not having fun. Oh, the Dagon instantly. Eevee and dead. Comeback is on. OD. He already texted that comeback is on. Oh, the mana void.
See that HP, see the damn HP. Hanoob, no, come back home.
Wow.
It's a team.
Mercy.
It's a team vibe.
They are asking for mercy, Team Ghana.
Team Ghana mid is seeking mercy. Australia in giving one. In a matter of time, I think the game is over. 22 minutes was a good fight. 65-8. Cheeto, the only crime he did was to spawn. The moment he was spawned, he was met with the fate.
Yeah. They're just waiting. Team Australia. Oh, the toss! Finally, Hanoob got target and did something. OD. That's not a comeback. The line was good. The performance not in point. Pudge is pretty merciless in this game. Oh, the damage connects well. Stun 2 heroes. Chicken tip signs.
But got 47 flash heal. And the irony is, out of 6 item slots, in one slot he got wind lace, in second spot he got magic wand. And if you go for some heavy HP item or maybe heart or maybe octane, his HP would cross easily 6k.
969 is the score line, and that's a GG call out coming from Team Ghana. And what a game Team Australia have won. The series goes to them, and now they are advanced to semi-final. They will be competing against India in semi-final. Let's cheer Team Australia.
Finally they got
Wow.
the redemption. Last night they were facing Team India in this best of 3. Unfortunately, with the starting heavily, they got clean swept. India making a comeback, getting that win 2-1. But today's matchup was really necessary for Team Australia. Having Ghana in the opponent, it was never all easy. But the resilience, the endurance, the willpower, the strats, everything lined. And finally, they can say that they secured a few further steps in the tournament. And sooner or later, they will be facing other teams in this Global Esports Games.
Whoa. Team Ghana, they did try well. Okay, we can say that. But okay, that's not the end. But Team Ghana's journey is end here. But Team Australia,
This
they
is
have
the
to
end.
go.
This is the end
Yep.
for Team Ghana in Global Esports Game. This may not be the end in their Dota,
Yeah.
love for Dota. But Team Australia going towards Team Ghana playing workstations. That's the spirit. That's the sportsman spirit we all look for.
Whoa.
It takes a lot to stand up and face what they took on themselves.
Kaya, he'll come back soon with his new performance in the near future. because of the love of Dota. Just wait and enjoy the game and the vibe. And in this arena, we have so many things. Krat, what was that series we have just witnessed? Do you have like any words for Team Ghana or Team Australia? Just
It was typically Mumbai server matchmaking where everybody's picking their own heroes.
yeah,
I wanted Team Ghana to follow the step, to go for the comfort heroes. Instead, Australia went there. Australia got Pudge, Mirana, Alchemist, and I was questioning myself why Pudge is going for this ethereal blade, because I know that safe lane Pudge always go for the scepter after the phase boot. Then I realized, oh my God, that position for the
Alka.
Alchemist is all set to give that. The scoreline
Whoa.
was 34-1. He was bonkers. He was literally bonkers. Mid anti-mage. Who does that, bhai? Who does that against OD? And still he was nailing OD. If Ghana is planning, if Team Ghana and the players are planning to continue Dota, they have to work on lane phase. They have to work on draft phase, because this is not done.
yay. Thainoop, Kaye, Sparky, Shiro, TYR.
Ki hoya?
Okay, TYR.
Acha, tier.
Ah, yeah. Here we can see they played well, but Team Australia now they have to prepare for the next.
Yeah.
And whoa, series!
Whoa.
What a series!
It was a lovely series, no
Yeah.
doubt. Not much to learn, but this thing shows that it doesn't matter sometimes things doesn't go according to your way. Games, they don't go according to your way. Days don't go according to your way. It's all about getting back, on your feet, start grinding, start playing, because this is just the start. This is the 4th edition. I think it started with Singapore, Istanbul, Riyadh, and now 4th edition of Global Esports Game, presented by Global Esports Edition, happening in Mumbai. Esports connecting the world. What else we can expect as esports fan gamers? We want this thing to happen, to have that cultural exchange, that technology exchange, that esport exchange. It is all possible, and I'm grateful that I get to play a small part, in this global esports games.
Obviously, if you are here in Mumbai, please visit. Like you can experience most like interesting games. After this, like we're gonna witness the Clash Royale as well, and we have gaming zones, like many more games.
Rohan, what's that authentic Bengali song, Ek To Chalo? Well,
Ah.
just to, motivate somebody. Do you know that?
Yeah,
lyrics?
yeah.
Why not? Please have a moment. Why
If
not?
there is no one to ask you to go along with him, just go solo because you will
What's
find
that
your
line?
path.
I wanna
In Bengali?
I wanna sing it now, for 5 seconds.
যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে
But it's
Yeah.
something to motivate.
Yeah,
It's this specific line. Again, do it again, just for Ghana.
yeah. Wait, one time, can you repeat?
You want me to sing with you?
Yeah. Let's see.
I can just say, Team Ghana, ek to chalo re. Things are never going to be easy.
Yeah.
And I think one day, sun will shine so bright. Your gameplay will shine bright. That brightness will literally flashbang everyone, even your opponents. But for now, for today's shows, Dota 2 is done. We are still left with some matches of Clash Royale. We both, me and Rohan and Krat, will see you again tomorrow. But now, we'll go for a break. And after that break, Amrit Gaurav and Captain Price will be waiting for you.
Welcome back, everyone, once again after a very short break to Global Esports Games Mumbai. The way we have seen the competition unfold, well, day one and first half of day two started off with an amazing game of Dota where it was a pure domination coming down by Team Australia. Yesterday they were not that lucky, but today they had their ups, which was a really good thing for them. But now it's time to move forward from the defense of the Ancients and go to a war which goes very royally. I mean, when we talk about the game that we're going to play right now, there are going to be multiple teams as individuals, and they will try and showcase how good their cards are when they unfold themselves. You might just see a lot of heroes coming up, so many evolutions in the game, and all in all you need is maybe 1 or a 3-crown victory to cement yourself so that you move forward in the upcoming rounds. There are going to be multiple teams, multiple countries coming up here, having an intense 1v1 which ranges from 3 to 5 minutes. And as we all know, I'm talking about the game none other than Clash Royale. A team that has had a game that has had its own community grow very much. And we have seen in the past 10 years so many amazing, brilliant, mind-blowing players, and some of them are here as well. This game is going to have so many chaotic moments, and we will see who unfolds themselves with the chaos as we welcome our very first country out here. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to call upon the very first team that's going to be coming up on the stage. Please put your hands together for Team Indonesia. I know, let the moment sink in, because this is the biggest stage that you can get for a game like this. But now, the competition is going to grow many folds as well, because presenting to you the challenger, Team India! All right, I'm just gonna wish you both all the very best for your game, and hopefully may the better one win, or I would say may the better deck dominate this game. So yeah, this is definitely gonna be amazing, and all of the teams are ready. They know what's at stake, but who out of both of these have what it takes? I mean, our storytellers are ready, and they are going to be taking us through the action. So over to our amazing casters.
Well, thank you so much, Ocean. The tensions are soaring. The camaraderie has already been displayed. And now the two nations go out for battle. Once again, folks, you are watching Global Esports Games, and we're here live from Mumbai at the MMRDA grounds. I'm Fixis. I'm joined along with Captain Price, and we are going to get started with the matches from round 3. So, yes, Clash Royale, one of those games that I think everybody has played right from their childhood, holds a very special spot. How are you feeling to be casting this match?
You know, it's a nostalgic feeling overall, coming back after all these years and finally getting a global level tournament that's happening in India. I mean, this is the 4th edition of the Global Esports Games and happening in India, plus Team India playing on the stage, the support of the home crowd being there. This is going to be an absolute banger of a matchup.
Absolutely, because, you know, when it comes to Clash Royale, personally, for me, I love myself a good Hog Rider deck, right? Anything that involves a Hog Rider and a log, just bring it on. But so much has changed over the past couple of years. We've got the addition of those Evo cards, and now we've got also Hero cards, and that being set aside is a different thing. But now what matters is India is going up against Indonesia. Now, when that is happening, the first thing that comes to my mind, what would the decks be? Because it's a best of 3. You're going to be getting 3 decks for yourself, and you cannot repeat those decks. So
that is where, all that permutation combination lies. So what are you expecting? What do we get to see right from the get-go?
I think somebody has to just get inside the game and just give it a head start. Push it up, pressurize your opponent, and win the game. That should be the ideal goal when you're coming into round 3. Because we've seen the matches for round 1 and round 2. Most of the individuals who were playing aggressively, they did find the results. But what also matters is the consistency. If you have that patience in you, if you have the composure in you, only then can you pull it off. Now, talking about Team Indonesia, he's been a formidable player, right? He has showcased immense skills, and the strategy has been too good. But talking about India, he knows when to be aggressive, he knows when to be passive, and I think that will be a difference maker in this game.
I really want all these players to just go ham right from the get-go. I want myself, at least for the first game, you would want them to go all aggressive, go all out, and try and pressure the lanes as much early as you can. But then we've seen a different style also where, people like to play it a little bit more controlled. They like to go with those, let's say mortar decks where they kind of hold things off, some cannons coming in. We've seen a lot of Evo cannons actually coming out and trying to control the situation. Then there are those spell decks and all of that happening. But then again, so many matches, it kind of feels like it's a game of chess, right? Where you have to be constantly on the lookout for what is going to happen. But when you are wondering what's going to happen next, we've got the brackets in front of you folks right now as we have the first matchup already scheduled up for you, India versus Indonesia. But barring that, we have got a couple of other matches, and the brackets, they will be right in front of you anytime soon. Because, I'm really excited to see where the other nations are right now, because we do have the upper bracket matches on the broadcast, because simultaneously other matches are also going on. So let's have a little bit of a picture on the report card so far, what has been going on. So let's take a look at the brackets once again, folks, and find out where do these nations stand. After playing a couple of games, they've already been going online.
Yep, they have been going at the back end, but now everybody gets to watch it. Like all over the earth, wherever you are, doesn't matter. Just tune into YouTube and you're going to be able to watch it. Tune into Twitch as well. But talking about the brackets, we'll get to that. But I think what's more interesting today is that whoever is winning today, they will have to play more games, and somebody out of these 8 individuals that we're going to see playing on stage now will be there to lift the trophy, will be there to become this year's champions of the Global Esports Games.
I'm pretty sure all these players must have played against each other even in the past, or maybe online through scrimmages or whatever it is. So everybody has a specialty deck, right? Something that you call your signature decks. And they must be knowing what is going to be put out. And sometimes, even if you know that a player does have this particular deck and there is a counter, it's all about the placement and the timing of the cards also. And sometimes, again, when it's a LAN event, the pressure kind of tends to tickle on, and that is where, you make those mistakes. One tiny mistake, I feel, Captain, at the highest level of Clash Royale, that should be enough to settle the scores. So hoping these players do not make those mistakes, but somebody is going to make it. And I'm hoping the first game also goes till overtime.
I think all 3 games in the best of 3 will be played across all the matches, because so far, whatever we have seen in this tournament is whoever is winning the first game, they are highly unlikely to win the next game. Yeah. And this has happened because of the read that they have on each other. All the players have had their own share of skills, plus they've studied their opponents so well. Now, moving into game number 2, I want to see how the style changes. If a player who's been playing aggressively in the first game, does he go passive in the second one, or does he continue being aggressive? And I think that will be very crucial to the mindset of the opponent as well. How well can you read your opponent? We'll find out, but for now, we have the brackets on your screen. Round 1 and 2 of the winner brackets are done for, and we are moving forward with round 2 as of now. Round 1 so far has been completed.
Yeah, round 1's done for the winner brackets. And now what we'll be covering here, folks, is going to be the matches of winner brackets round number 2. So India taking on Indonesia, after which we have another match where we've got Benin going up against Senegal. And then we have Tunisia taking on Kazakhstan. And then we have Peru going against USA. So that is going to be another matchup that everybody is actually eyeing out for. And so many matches will also continue. We'll be providing you further updates. And so we've got the heroes, we've got the representatives. From Indonesia, it's going to be Riddell, and from India, it's going to be Anuhit.
a very, very popular name. You know, Anuit is a very popular name in India. And Rydell,
Yeah.
if you ask me, he is one of the best players that the country has had. But if he's made it so far into the tournament, he must have something up his sleeve that he hasn't showcased, because he knows very well the longer you go forward in the tournament, the lesser and lesser you are unknown to everybody. Everybody reads you, and they have some kind of a counter ready. Now, the counter plays are something that I'm dying to actually just move into the game and watch it, because those counters are going to be so much fun. The little timid factors will be very crucial. We will move into the game.
Yeah.
But Fixes, what are your expectations? Who's walking away with the first game?
You know, my heart says it's India. It's India.
All right.
We bleed blue right now, and I'm really excited to see what happens. But again, against Indonesia, it could be anything. But folks, the voice in my head says that game number 1 is just about to go live. So do let us know your predictions, even if you're watching on the chat. Who do you think is going to be taking this victory home? Is it going to be India or Indonesia? Let us know, spam it away, and of course, invite your friends. If you're around Mumbai, if you're watching, do join us. Come in to MMRD Arena and have all that fun. But again, you know, what really excites me is that first opening deck. That has to be one of their signatures, both of theirs, right? Super excited. What are you hoping? What are you hoping to see right from the first match?
You know, I really believe that one of these players, I'm not sure if both of them will, but one of these players will come out with that Hog Rider deck, because that Hog Rider has been annoying players for so long. Like, I've been myself playing for the last 8.5 years, and that Hog Rider, whenever it's in my opponent, you know, I just pray to God that I win the game. But so far, let's just move into the game. This is game number 1 of India versus Indonesia. Let's see what we have here. We do have the Goblin Barrel coming in from Rydell, but talking about India. Okay, and there it is. There's Hog Rider already popped up.
Oh, indeed. And Hog Rider goes, and of course, you've got the Dark Knight in response. Should be dealt easily. Nice Barbarian, but the Firecracker not able to do enough damage. And of course, we've got the Mighty Miner just chunking through from the backlines. The Hero Archer trying to get as much damage as possible, and he's going to double down. So a switch in the lane, just a lock to bait him out. Just delay.
But look at the value that's already been gained by India. They've done so much damage to both of the towers, but now the things might just change. The Hidden Tesla immediately shut down. The Piggies will also be shut down as the 3 skeletons move forward. I have no doubt that Rydell will have no challenge against these 3 skeletons. However, there's still one card to be revealed from either side. I wonder if that will change the game or not. The Dark Knight again spawned up. It's been cycled forward, but something has to be put through to assist him. Otherwise, it's going to be a big problem. The log slowing down, and that's a good timing on that spell.
Of course, the E-Spirit coming really handy. So this is what we were talking about, right? Now, Anuit, he's got to make the best out of the situation. Still has that Firecracker, but should be good to take that Tesla Tower down. But again, a log will do quite a massive chunk of damage. Of course, the Mighty Miner deployed, and again, the Hog Rider trying to go in. A defensive Tesla Tower setup. But still, the Dark Knight pierces through. And now again, those little skeletons being deployed, trying to delay as much as possible. But look at them, the Royal Hogs coming through, gushing all the way. The Firecracker at the ready. I think this is a very smart card, putting down, at least with the Firecracker, the kind of value that Anuhit is getting. That is quite remarkable.
You know, if the game were to end right now, Anuhit would have just walked away with it. But so far, we will move into overtime since none of the Archer Towers have fallen. We'll have to wait it out and find out. Again, an aggressive Tesla Tower being set up, and this Tesla Tower will try and hold out as long as possible. The Dark Knight, the shield's already gone, and so is the Dark Knight, the log being pulled up forward, and then slowly the Firecracker being sent. The Hog Rider again cycled up, but look at how quickly he's cycling that Dark Knight. He wants to get that damage done on the left-hand side Archer Tower of India. But so far, nothing much has been done. But now it's a problem. It's a big problem. There's 2 Dark Knights just challenging that Miner. Finally, the Miner will be taken down, and so will both the Dark Knights.
Yeah, that's really hurting Anuhit at this point, because again, understanding it's triple elixir rate.
15 seconds to go, but that one little zap will do everything, and Indonesia will walk away with the first game. A very close one indeed, I believe. It could have gone either way, but what a comeback was portrayed by Indonesia. He was down and almost out, but he came back into it, and look at the sigh of relief.
So initially, it was just both of them trading, but the moment we went into overtime, it was 3x and Nick out. That is where things really went to that.
Yeah, but now, you know what? I do want to find out what will happen in this second game, because the second game is going to be important now. Now the discussions will be done. The individuals will have to decide which deck they want to move forward with. Now, one of the decks have already been used, so they cannot just repeat it like already my friend Fixes mentioned here. I want to find out what will be the second deck. Now, if India loses this, they will move to the lower brackets. But talking about Indonesia, he's going to be more than happy to just close it out 2-0, and he can just move in to the next round. That is round number 3. Now, we have seen immense skills from both of these players, but I think the timings were very, very well put through from the Indian representative. Indonesia, however, he smartly used that Evo. He held out on that hero as well for as long as possible. And especially when push came to shove, he very smartly dropped in the Dark Knights, cycled them over and over again, and it was a clean swipe after that. We'll find out what happens, of course. So far, the players are setting up their second deck. I'm very excited to find out what the second deck is going to be, and so is my friend Fixes. But that second deck, you see, the players are exchanging the glances as well. They want to find out what they are reading. But
Yeah.
Fixes, what do you think? What could be the second deck?
You know, Anuit really wanted to go with the Hog Cycle deck from what it looked like. You know, he had those smaller spell cards and wanted to constantly be on the move. But the moment he went to OT, right, that's where the problem began. That's what I was trying to convey, is that, you know, the Tesla Tower really coming in handy for Rydell over there. And for Indonesia, they already have a 1-0 lead up. But again, coming back to what you just said, it could be anything at this point, you know. He realized that, all right, my Hog Cycle deck did not work out. I cannot go with that deck once again. So he's got to make those few tweaks, few changes, both of them, and they'll have to come up with fresh set of cards. So that is something what I'm excited about. But Anuhit, he's got to put his good shoes on over here and somehow needs to stage the comeback, because this is something that, Captain, even you were mentioning. The moment suddenly a player goes 1-0 down, he definitely bounces back. So in all honesty, I'm just hoping that Team India bounces back in game 2.
And you know what? Our hearts want India to bounce back. We want to see, not just because we are like, you know, in India and we are witnessing the Global Esports Games, but so far, I think having an equalizer puts the pressure on both of them. The stakes would be equal, and then it becomes a BO1. So whoever wins from there will be the absolute best moving into the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think moving on ahead, I'm hoping to see something of a minor rocket control deck coming out, maybe from Anuhit. And maybe in response, I want to see what does Rydell put forth in front of them. But yeah, the match is almost about to begin. I'm of course sure that Anuhit, being one of the best players in the country, knows how to deal with such pressured situations. So hoping so, he's got an answer. But again, a quick gentle reminder, if Rydell wins this one, it is going to end as a 2-0. And then Anuhit will have to go through the gauntlet through the lower brackets.
I think for the double elixir and the triple elixir part, a good deck could be that Royal Giant Fisherman, because you see how well controlled Indonesia was playing. I want to find out what happens there, but so far, Indonesia looks to be in good control. Moving on towards Team India. Now, India, they have to bring up a huge advantage in their favor. They're already down, so they cannot make any other mistake.
Absolutely. At this point, he's got to put everything that he has. He's got to bring his best deck, and he better make it work, because you know, you would not want to go through the lower brackets and the pressure just surmounts. But hoping that Anuhit really stages the comeback. But Rydell looks unfazed, man. Look at him. I mean, look at his body language. He's pretty much chilling, just enjoying himself. He's like, you know what, guys, just get this match done with. I want to move on to the next round already. So let's see what happens. And at this point, it's going to be interesting. to note, because both these players pretty much just going through their decks, I guess. Maybe they have already been locked in. It's all about trying to formulate that strategy. So let's see what is going on. But again, Captain, it is already scorching heat outside the arena. The temperatures are soaring. We're all sweating. So tell me about your experience with Mumbai, actually, because for the ones who are watching, you're missing out some amazing delicacies as well. I myself, being a foodie, I enjoy myself some good old vada pav and pav bhaji. But then there's a different cult that say that the seafood is something that you should certainly try.
Well, many people have asked me to try out the seafood. Unfortunately, I cannot. So Fixes will, of course, let you guys know how
Is
the
this
seafood
against
works
your
out.
beliefs? Because
Yeah.
you being from Kolkata and you having plethora of seafood over there, that is kind of against that you're not going to try coastal cuisine over here.
No, nothing like that. I would love to try it. However, talking about seafood,
Yeah.
I do wonder that the city that never sleeps, the city of dreams, what more it has to offer to all these players who flew down all across the globe, not just esports, in terms of the culture that's here. It's just crazy. This weekend is going to be absolutely lit. So far, we witnessed great action in the Dota 2 games, and now coming into Clash Royale, the first game being an absolute banger. We're waiting to find out which one of these players will move on to the next bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, Mumbai definitely does have a lot to offer, just barring the food delicacies. I mean, of course, it's a tourism hub as well. You can check out Bollywood movies and all of that. You can enjoy. You just be walking by and suddenly you have an encounter with an actor or an actress and just drop by and say hi to them. But yes, for all the folks watching us on the broadcast, one quick reminder. It is winner bracket round 2, match number 2 going on, where India versus Indonesia. Indonesia has already taken a game lead as we charter into game number 2. And let's see what do these two players have in store for us.
Well, looks like both the lanes will be explored from Rigel. And both the lanes will be shut down. Good defense coming up from Anuhit. But see, again, the initial damage. It's always done onto that left side archer tower. And it's done for quite a lot of HP.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start for Anumit. That single shot, just trying to chip down. Have the goblins down, and now, all right. Royal Archers, Queen, deployed, and now it's going to be interesting. How does Vital deal with it? Ooh! Mega Knight going all kaboom.
I didn't expect to see a Mega Knight, but yeah, if he makes it work, it's good for him. The Mega Knight slowly being chipped away, but look at how many cards had to be played just to be shut down, just to shut down that one Mega Knight. A charge begins. Let's see how good the defense is going to be. Well, looks like India will again stand its ground. Both the lanes again being explored, but this time the HP lost on the left archer tower is so very much. 11:34 still remaining. A good timed goblin barrel, a good timed miner might just take that tower down.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, all right. Rose burning, and I think Team India is doing quite a hefty chunk of damage. And there you have it, the Evo Mega Knight, and I think Rydell is gonna put a lot on that. I love how he just smacks everybody up in the air. That's gonna be fun, and he's responded with a tiny little Mega Knight, considering the size of these two giants. But a nice cycle also coming in from the right hand side, trying to apply pressure on that Goblin hut. But look at this! Oh my God! At this point, this looks like a very good push for Anuhit, but no, again, the Mega Knight. I think that is going to put a stop to that.
Yeah, he's cycling it so very well, and look at that, the Mega Knight from Rydell absolutely demolished in a matter of seconds. The damage being done is being just punched back and forth.
Oh.
Punches being exchanged, but so far, Rydell has been able to successfully defend. 5 seconds on the clock till overtime begins. And this is where India lost it the previous round. Now India cannot afford to lose it here. The Mega Knight again being cycled back from both sides. But the exchange this time will happen towards the Indian towers. Let's see how much damage can be chipped off. 766 HP just remaining on that left-hand side archer tower. Let's see if that can be taken down. If that's taken down, or even the entire overtime is completed without any tower being shut down, India so far walks away with game number 2.
Yeah, but it's still far from over, and now there you have it. The miner going through, but again, the Royal Ghost Evo being deployed over there. The Goblin Barrel, and look at what Anuhit is doing. He's applying pressure on both the lanes. This time, the Evo Mega Knight dropping in big, and he's gonna try and withstand this push coming in. But look at this constant pressure. The way he has deployed the barrel hut, he's constantly chipping through, even from the right-hand side.
I love India's play. He's applying defensive pressure as well as offensive pressure at the same time. And look at that, 151 HP, a perfectly timed poison. And they should get the job done.
Yes.
Just a few bits of HP, 13 HP
Cycle in.
still standing. And the miner goes in. Does the miner take it down? Yes, it does. And India walks away with game number 2. The scores have been level fixes.
Absolutely. This was amazing for what we just saw from Anuhit, you know, instantly applying pressure right from the get-go. He knew what he had to do, right? And at the moment, you know, by the time Rydell figured what his strategy was, that is when his second layer of strategy came in, where he again started applying pressure from the right-hand side. So again, it just became too much to deal with, and both of them coming with the Mega Knight Evos. I mean, eventually it was just a dead battle going on. But then again, the majority chip damage, of course, considering to the, you know, to the poison cloud that had been deployed over there. So that was amazing, you know, constantly just chipping away damage one after the other. That was lovely stuff from Anuhit.
Yeah, and I believe the pressure being applied on both the lanes, it was just too much for Rydell. He couldn't just, like, you know, go on. He had to first defend and then go off for any kind of pushes. But so far, Anuhit, a good game on the second one. Will he be able to continue with the momentum is the bigger question. Now, Rydell, he definitely will be unhappy after this loss because he did not expect that miner to be brought in, and that miner created a lot of problems. But a smart work done by India as well, saving that poison card up until the last very second.
Yeah, even Rydell held on to 2 of his cards, which he revealed quite late in the game. It was all about, you know, cycling, trying to get the Mega Knights into play, and they were trying to get the job done. But eventually, you know, it was just not enough. Because then again, I think Anuhit always had answer, even for the furnace, the spirits that were coming out. So, you know, at that point, I think he had to reevaluate. He knew somewhere down the line, if he does not apply enough pressure, then that is going to mess him up, which eventually happened. Now, it has all come down to a tie, and this next game is going to be a decider. And I think at this point, finally, Rydell is starting to feel a little bit of that heat, a little bit of that spice that, yes, he also has to win. Otherwise, he will get down towards the lower brackets.
Well, it's the final deck coming in from both of them.
Yeah.
Now they have nothing to hide. Everything is going to be revealed in front of each other. But the best part about both of these teams playing in the upper brackets is that even if they lose, they still get a second chance. They still move on to the losers bracket, and they have to continue that lower bracket dream run. And it is not at all easy. Both these teams, they want to move on forward directly through the winner brackets so that they have a backup option just in case they do not directly make it to the grand finals, in case they lose in the winner bracket finals. All of those are permutations and combinations which we will figure out later. But so far, for those who have just tuned in or have just stepped into the arena, it's India versus Indonesia, the first game of winner bracket round number 2, where the scores have been leveled. The series score now stands at 1-1.
Yeah, 1 each for them. And imagine for the third game, somebody just YOLOs it and gets a Lava Loon deck. You know, that is one of those decks I really enjoy. And considering how they've been going heavy with those big elixir cards in the second one, you never know. They might just increase the intensity. And for the third one, could go for that beatdown. You know, we've seen variations coming in from both the players over here. Maybe we could also see, we haven't seen a RG deck yet.
Nope, we haven't.
So RG deck being one of the most popular ones, I think that could be something that both of these players are holding on to.
You know, I also want to find out if any of these players have actually mixed and matched the decks. That is something I think nobody would risk it. But also, if you risk it, you know, higher the risk, higher the reward, they say. So it might just turn out to play like that. But so far, the RG deck is something which has to be used very tactically and very smartly. Which is the smarter person? We can already see, we can have a glance at the screens from here that, yeah, what is the deck that they're building? We'll wait to find out what the final deck is going to be. They might just be playing mind games with us. You never know.
You know, I think, you know, my eyes could not really gauge in very deep on, you know, I could not have a quick glance actually of what the players were picking because they have locked in their set of cards. But it's all about, you know, Clash Royale is primarily, like we say, right? It's all about getting those trades. It's all about finding that elixir advantage against your foes. So, yeah, for all the old peeps, I'm pretty sure watching this broadcast, everybody must have played Clash Royale. We all love this game. And sometimes we love experimenting, but again, this is a tournament at the highest level. The Global Esports Games, the 4th edition here in Mumbai. And yeah, like we said, right, the temperature is quite hot today. I think it's rising. It's already 40 degrees plus. We're all sweating. And imagine the players, what are they going through? A flurry of emotions, but you still have to keep yourself calm in such moments.
And you know what? India did it the last game. Rydal did it in the previous one from Indonesia. And talking about, you know, counting the elixir their opponent has, the timing, those little milliseconds make so much of a difference. Rydal, he definitely tried to come back so many times like he did in the first game, but this time Anuhit played it really, really smart, pressurizing both the lanes, going on forward. Now, like I mentioned at the starting of this post-match segment, that Anuhit, he pressurized both the lanes at the same time. Rydal will be aware this time. So Rydal has to come up with a counter plan. What could it be, Fixes?
I mean, at this point, it's all about, you know, he cannot use the same deck, right? We have got a set of options. Like I said, I think if it were me, I could maybe go with the RG deck. But again, log bait for me at this point, you know, it's something that could be easily readable. I think Anuhit could see this one coming, and he might have countermeasures already up for it. So at this point, you know, even when it comes down to that final game, it's all about that tricky matchups coming in. You know, that one card that entirely changes your deck. Just try and confuse your opponent, not maybe reveal it towards the end. And maybe just have a lightning hidden. Last moment is like suddenly you have 3 jolts just dropping down, and kaboom, goes down on your tower.
I mean, that was pretty much the end part of the first game. We'll find out momentarily what or which country finally moves forward and which country has to go into that gruesome lower brackets. But a lot of thoughts being put through in this one single game from either sides. Nobody wants to go in that lower brackets. Both of the players are now just shuffling through their decks. What can they do? What minor changes can be made? That is something that will matter in this game so very much. But again, the strategy overall, aggressive or passive. What would you have done, Fixes, at this point?
You know, at this point, even I'm starting to consider that an executioner balloon control deck could really come into play. It's one of the recent meta picks. We've seen a couple of professional players actually use that. You could have that strong defensive control, and that surprise towards the end could really catch your enemy off guard. So, you know, that is something that, you know, if you get to see, there's so many options, there's so many cards, you know. It's basically like you're opening a mystery box, and you do not know what's going to come out. It's only these 2 players. And considering that how they've already played, really excited to see what comes out next from Anuhit's side. And for all your folks on the chat, do let us know in the arena, show your support either for Team India or for Team Indonesia. Who do you think is going to take this victory?
You know, if somebody decides to go aggressive, I would love to see a P.E.K.K.A bridge spam. I would just love to see it.
Okay.
Taking down that P.E.K.K.A, it's going to be a menace. You just drop in some low elixir cards along with it. It'll just work. You just add on a Bandit, a Royal Ghost, adding on, yeah, it could be probably the most aggressive play. Very risky, but can work out.
it can actually work out. And we've seen this happen even in the past. And even in the matches that we have seen, the two games that we have seen, none of them actually even had a P.E.K.K.A. or a mini P.E.K.K.A. at that. So the second game, we saw a lot of new troops being deployed. We saw Spirit Empress coming through, the Archer Queen coming through. So all of those newer cards coming into play. But, still, us being the oldies captain, we love ourselves some good old, the old decks, the log baits, again, the Hog Riders, like I told you. But yeah, a little bit of a delay before we begin. The tensions just doubling down, and any given moment, we might just jump into game number 3.
We're all waiting. Fingers crossed. Hearts of every Indian watching the tournament. Hearts of every Indonesian watching the tournament beating. Probably in sync, considering the scores being leveled. But what is going on in the head of those players sitting up on stage? What is their final choice? This choice could very well determine if you are going to win the tournament or not. A dream run through the lower brackets or a straight shot at the grand finals. Which is going to be the case for either of these two countries? Now, this is just game number 1. We have so many more games lined up. Winner brackets, round 2, game 1 between India and Indonesia. Then game number 2 will be Benin versus Senegal, followed by Tunisia versus Kazakhstan. And then game number 4 of round 2, the final game of round 2, Peru versus USA.
Oh, Peru versus USA is actually the match I'm really waiting forward to. And that's going to be really fun, actually, at this point. But, yeah, some technical hold-ups, and after which we will get to the conclusion, and we might find ourselves, the curtain will finally be lifted, who gets to be the winner. But for now, I mean, I think by the body language of Rydell, he has something to worry about. Maybe he's still re-evaluating his deck. Oh, finally, we are live. It's the final game, folks. Anything could happen, and suddenly Rydell begins with a Goblin Barrel, instantly dealt off, and now Anuhit, he is going to respond with the Royal Hawks, but the Valkyrie, that is sweet, but still so much damage being dealt out, even with the Elixir falling down over there. That is a lovely start from Anuhit.
The best part is we do get to see wall breakers. Finally, that wall breaker cycle will come in. That Valkyrie is going to be a problem, especially if you just dunk on troops. But let's see what happens. A good shot from that fireball, instantly demolishing that push on the right side. But again, the HP. You look at that, Rydell being pressurized by Anuhit right from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we've got the Dart Goblin on the right-hand side. Bit of a heal coming through, still chipping out enough damage, actually. Where you've got Anuhit trying to pressure on the left-hand side, and Rydell wants to respond from the right, and there you go. The Evo Goblin Barrels coming into play, and seems like Anuhit, he's got those Teslas deployed, and now he wants to commit in for a push. But a nice defensive cannon being deployed by Rydell.
Yeah, but Rydell looks like he's made some kind of a mistake. He's very disappointed with what he just had to face. The Valkyrie will clean up a little bit of those troops going on forward. The Goblin Barrel immediately being dropped. Will there be a follow-up fireball? I want to find out if that fireball will be dropped. But nope, looks like the Zappies will be enough to stop the Valkyrie as well as that Goblin Barrel. 60 seconds to go. Double Elixir now in play. Dart Goblin will be enough to shut down those Zappies. But let's see what will be. Again, cycle forward. It's going to be the cannon, a defensive approach, but the fire spirits along with the barrel this time. Very, very crucial push. And finally, that tower will get taken down. Rydell is in the lead.
Look at this, 30 seconds, and the Royal Musketeers. Finally, all his cards have been revealed. Team India has to make that ultimate push. Even the hero Ice Golem being deployed, but the Vines holding them off. But still, at this point, 20 seconds at the go, and somehow they need to pierce through. And it looks very less likely. Again, the Royal Hawks being deployed at 484 points just on the tower, and it might go, and yes, we are into overtime.
That teeny tiny wall breaker doing more than enough. And finally the evolution comes in. But the damage is still being dealt. The Valkyrie still coming forward towards the King. The King needs to be stopped. The King needs to stop the Valkyrie, but on the other side, looks like Anuit, he's decided to go in aggressive. Look at that HP, 989 only remaining. One good push, and it's game over. The Goblin Barrel being cycled forward, but this time again, the RG being dropped. Immediately shut down. Zappies going on forward. Who will get that final tower? If it comes down to HP, Anuit has the win.
Yeah, I mean, he does also have the fireball to work around with. But again, another Goblin Barrel being deployed. Still to no avail. And suddenly, with the Royal Musketeers, he's going to have one last go at it. And there you have it. The cannon instantly being shut down, and this could be it. This could be it. The moment the lock-in comes through, he knows, Rydell knows. It is GG's, and Team India gets the victory in this one. What a play coming in from Anuit.
Counting all the elixirs, and finally making one last play. And you know, this is why I said that whoever has won the first game, they've never followed up to win the second one. And look at that, a reverse sweep coming in the first game that we show live on broadcast. Imagine what the rest of the games will be. But you know, just having a quick jot down of what happened in the previous one, Anuhit, he played it really, really smart, and it worked out like a charm.
Absolutely. I loved how he instantly started to, go for the pressure right from the get-go. And suddenly, I think this is something that Rydell did not see this one coming, right, Captain?
Yeah.
Because the moment he went in, suddenly you have the Royal Hogs, everybody at you, and this instant chip damage. But I liked how Rydell made a comeback, because the moment you drop down a Goblin Barrel for a fireball trade, you know that Rydell has that one elixir advantage. So he did try to take that into account. In fact, he was the one who broke that right tower for Anuit. But still, Anuit constantly applying pressure on both the sides simultaneously worked out for him.
You know, it was a game of comebacks from either side.
Yes.
First, we saw Rydell coming back, and then we saw Anuhit having that last 30 seconds to take down one tower. He did, and then at, I believe, a minute and 10 seconds left, he took down that left-hand side tower. So far, we haven't seen any of the King Towers being taken down. I want to find out if any of the other games that we have lined up today, that is going to happen. But if that happens, it's going to be demolition. It's going to be a complete one-sided game, which I think it's going to be a little hard to find at this stage of the tournament.
As much as I would love to see one of those King Towers being taken down, we know these players are the best of the best. That it's not going to come down to that.
Yeah.
Majority of the times we've seen it's all about the side towers just being taken down, even in the pro circuit. So yeah, I mean, would love to see somebody coming up with a deck that we have never seen before and surprise all of us. But I think it was some nice mixture of cards coming in, especially from Anuit. For a moment, I got scared the moment Royal Musketeers came into play, because Royal Musketeers, that is a very expensive investment. The moment if they do not get any value, then you're absolutely cooked.
But you know what? Indonesia, they still have a shot.
Yes.
He has to fight. Rydell has to fight in the lower brackets, and maybe it can be a revenge grand finals. You never know. We'll find out if it is, if not, and that's going to be tomorrow, by the way. By the way, I did notice that a lot of times we did find out Rydell, he was unhappy with what he was doing.
Yeah.
He was unhappy with how Anuhit was pressurizing him, and I think that pressure finally got to his head.
Yeah, absolutely. It really creeped up, and then he could not do much, because after a certain point, even he knew that whatever I'm going to do, I think this game is pretty much done. So like I said right before even the game's begun, it's all about making that one mistake and your opponent really doubling down. But yes, folks, that was our first game live on that broadcast where India bested Indonesia, and for Anuit, he goes into the next round. Whilst for Rydell, he's in the lower bracket. But yes, we also do have another match coming right after this.
Oh yeah, we have Benin versus Senegal coming up, and it's going to come up in a matter of minutes. And you know what? Both of these teams, I believe they have a very, very long rivalry in terms of Royale, because I've seen these two teams face off so many times. In fact, the individuals that are going to play today, they have also faced off each other so many times, be it in scrims, be it in tournaments. We'll find out who walks out of this one. But you know what, Fixes?
Yeah.
Being very honest, I don't think any game is going to be a clean 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, that is already established. I mean, all these players we've seen, right, what they have got, how they're bouncing back. And I was kind of getting scared for a moment, you know, when Rydal won the first game. So if you look at it, with Anuit staging a comeback, so ideally the third game should have been Rydal once again. But thankfully, Anuit really held on to his nerves, really played a good game over there. And I think it was right from the starting set of cards, the moment Anuit deployed and got that instant chip damage on the tower. That was, I think, a nice chunk of damage. That is when we realized that, yeah, for Rydal, it's going to be a very tough battle. But all that said and done, guys, it is time for game number 2 to begin. And to do the festivities, we've got a beautiful host, Mr. Ocean, waiting for us.
Oh my God. What an incredible game. It all just came down, and I would just request to the people who are just coming up here, please. Yeah, thank you. I mean, I know you get a reason to celebrate because of an amazing game. It was a decent comeback as well, taking down on the first game and then a decent comeback. So that was good, but now it's time to move on for the next game, which is going to happen out here. There are different countries, different teams that are going to be just doing incredible stuff. So please welcome, first up, Team Benin.
Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries, diversity, pride, commitment, unity, equality.
All right. And the challenger, we have Team Senegal.
Come together forever we fight. We can save the world tonight. The universe, the power, the might. Let the world unite. On the edge of the world, we fight for the right to be heard.
We've seen how the action unfolds, and I would just want to wish both of you all the very best. You may now shake hands with each other and get to your positions. It's going to be an amazing match for sure. Hoping for another close-up game. We'll have to see and understand if someone just dominates in a 2-0 or is it going to be a 2-1 situation. But for that, for the action to unfold, let's get back to the casters.
All right, we're back once again. It is going to be game number 2, Benin taking on Senegal. Now the players are already seated, exchanged camaraderies. We've seen the sportsmanship at the highest level. But what are you expecting? Because we are literally venturing into the unknown at this point. What sort of decks would be coming out from both these players?
You know, it's very hard predicting what kind of decks will be coming up. But I can tell you this, that this game is probably the most closely matched up game that we're going to have on stage today. You know,
Alright.
leaving out tomorrow, of course. Tomorrow it's going to be a different story. But today, Benin versus Senegal, this game could go to that very last second, and it might be determined on HP who walks away. However, if both the players do not have the read on each other, if somebody changes up a little bit of eeny, miny, mo, then there might be a 2-0. And I think at this point, people are already starting to expect there will be some 2-0s.
There could be. There actually could be 2-0s, but I'm starting to wonder that, I don't know, man. I have this feeling that it's not this game. It's still going to go to a 3-mapper. It's still going to come down to that last overtime and some last ridiculous spell, maybe a fireball, maybe a poison being deployed, or the good old lightning strike.
I want to see a rocket in play.
Oh, it's been ages.
It's been ages.
Actually.
It has been ages. It's one of the most OG cars that you have. But if somebody comes in today and makes that little OG stuff work, I would love to see that.
But that's the thing, right? With Rocket, you kind of tend to make those mistakes. Now, don't get me wrong, the players have played at the highest level, but still, in a LAN arena, the pressure just surmounts on you. And that one tiny little, even that one small tile error mistake that you make, that is going to cost you heavy. Because if it does not hit the mark, if it does not get you that value, it's good. It's good against troops that are very clamped up, just trying to make for the push. Those high elixir troops. I think that is good to counter it. But then again, anything could potentially happen. If not that, what else can we see? Because now it's going to be another reset. I'm pretty sure somebody is going to bring the Hog Riders.
I think we started off with a Hog Rider. I think every game could start off with a Hog Rider deck. And if there is a start to a Hog Rider deck,
Yeah.
I want to see if the losing part of it actually replicates. Because Hog
Okay.
Rider deck, it is not as strong as it used to be before. There have been so many counter plays coming up. There have been stronger cards in play. The overall meta has shifted away from the Hog Rider over the course of time. But still, it being played overall is definitely quite nostalgic to everybody who has been playing Royale for the last several years. Now, coming into the very crucial metas that we have seen in the international circuit, I think the giant graveyard control is something that has been widely and very popularly played, not just in international tournaments or anything, in local tournaments as well as in ranked games. We have seen at the highest level, this particular deck wreaks havoc.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, like you just said, right? For the professional players, they do have their bigger decks, the harder decks to play. For newbies like us, we're still good with good old decks. I like myself a nice Lava Meltdown, nice Hog Rider Cycle, and all of that. A Log Bait also. Sometimes the simplest of decks also do wonders.
Yep.
But you never know, because both these players are already at the ready, just waiting for the games to begin. It's all about the glory over here, right? Again, we are live, folks. It's a quick reminder that from the MMRDA ground. So if you're in Mumbai, so drop by and say hi. And if you are watching from the YouTube chat, do let us know who you are rooting for in this match. Is it going to be Benin or is it going to be Senegal?
Well, like we've already mentioned, this is going to be one of the closest matched games in this tournament so far. But you know what? Looking at the other decks that we have seen, we have seen the RG coming up. We have seen the Fairy coming up as well. But I wonder, how many evolutions or how smartly are you going to play your evolutions? Because that really changes the game at the end stretch, especially when you have the double elixir play coming in. And when push comes to shove, I think that is the moment your evolution needs to be pinpoint precise.
Yeah, actually, even I was kind of curious to have witnessed Evo Cannon, because that was sort of the meta. A lot of these
Yeah.
players were actually using that. But again, after the recent patch, we know, right, they were adjusted accordingly and are playing to what better suits their interests in that situation. So again, at this point, it's still in the dark as to what these players are going to pick. Could be anything. Do they have the counters? And I'm pretty sure they must have scrimmed, because they have been here in Mumbai even in the past. They might have played a game or two. They might have done their research. They might have played against each other even in the past. So they know the pros and cons of each player.
I'm one of those evil players who
Okay.
actually keeps things safe until
Alright.
the very last minute.
You're saying till the grand finale.
Maybe? Maybe
You
you
need
have
to get
so
there
many strats.
first.
Yeah, maybe you have so many strats that you don't need your ultimate deck or your ultimate play to be actually played in the qualifying rounds to the grand finals.
Yeah.
And in the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5 series, it very well might be a piece of cake for any of these teams playing right now.
I mean, fingers crossed. At this point, I would really suggest just keep dunking, because whoever gets to be the champion, he must have mastered majority of the decks, right? So eventually, he might have a bigger pool of cards to play from. So that's going to be really interesting as to see what happens next, because we will be starting off with the matches any moment, folks. So the games are going to begin, and yes, it's all about the decks that we have seen, but for the storyline that's in the making. So yes, for the new viewers that have just tuned in, we began with the match where India took a match against Indonesia, where India did manage to get a 2-1 victory. Anuhit, the Indian representative, got the glory home, but still has a long way to go from here on. But for Benin and Senegal, I mean, it is all going to be up for a toss.
Well, 2-1, that too in a reverse sweep fashion. And that is actually something that you can call that a cherry on the icing.
Yeah.
But, you know, every time it's not going to work out. Sometimes you just need to start off strong. Sometimes you need to try and close the games 2-0. Rydell tried, he could not. Maybe somebody else will. And Benin versus Senegal, I actually believe that if not for a very close game, there won't be any, like, mediocrities. We will either see a very, very close game or it's going to be complete demolition from one side.
That could happen. That could actually happen. But like I've already established, Captain, I feel like it's still going to a third game. It is still going to a third game. I'm just getting curious as to know what's cooking. Why aren't we into the game yet already? Because I'm starting to get excited because at this point, so much on the line for all these players. They've come in from different countries representing their nations. And sometimes it gets too jarring, right? That feeling itself. Sometimes you do not wake up on the right side of the bed. You tend to make those mistakes, which Rydell did make in the previous game, right? We saw the first game, his body language was absolutely ecstatic. He was looking really good, and he knew that he was going to win. He was looking unfazed till the moment he lost the second one. And in the third one, that one tiny error, and he was done.
Well, let's move on forward. We have Sedina, the representative. And from the other side, we have Dijvere. Let's find out what decks they have. And like you mentioned, there you have the love.
All right. So at this point, finally, my wishes have been granted. And the Rascals also at the deploy. Now the the elite. In fact, the Goblin Barrel really makes a play over there. And now the Hero Goblins should chunk out enough damage. And the Royal Ghost deployed by Sedina. That is interesting.
Royal Ghost into closer. But there it is, the Dark Prince will immediately shut it down. The Dark Goblin will be dropped so that the Dark Prince is slowed down. But again, I think that chip damage getting a lot of work done. Sedina doing a very, very good job. This is the Global Esports Games Mumbai. And looks like there has been a little bit of a stalemate from either side, but apparently not. Sedina just decides, let me just go on up forward and just go ham.
Yeah, I mean, so far, damage has been dealt with by Sedina on both the sides, in fact, whilst Dijvede has not really connected. And it feels like whatever Dijvede has to put forth, there's always been an answer from Sedina's side. So I'm starting to get curious as to what happens next. The Dark Prince being deployed by Dijvede, but again, Royal Ghost should be enough to stop him.
That looks like Senegal, they want to make a push at this very, very crucial time. 35 seconds to go. Slow and steady. Let's see how the defense is set up. The damage done from Sedina has been immense. But Dijvede, look at him. He wants to get that defensive setup and then the push will come through. And now,
Yeah, it's just going to get cancelled off,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, they not too much. But it feels like Dijvede, he's got a lot going in. Right, this is a heavy push, and this is where the rocket, he had been saving it up for this moment. And this is where Dijvede's fortune could actually change. This is where he could go for that big push.
the rocket demolishes that E-Giant. And with that E-Giant being taken down, looks like the entire push has been slowed. The damage done has been so very much. Sedina still stepping up, Senegal in the lead. But Dijvede, what do you do now? What do you do at this very last second? A minute and 28 seconds to go. You need to defend, you need to attack as well. The E-Giant again being cycled through. The balloons being taken down, but looks like this time the skeletons won't do as much damage as the previous.
Yeah, I mean, look at Dijvede, he still has that one card that he hasn't revealed. And at this point, again trying to apply pressure from the left-hand side, whilst Sedina trying to outsmart him. A little bit of that pressure coming in from the right. And being led by that big boy goblin there. The E-Dragon. Also making the first dragon perhaps. And alright. I mean, they're just nullifying each other out. But again, you know, if the overtime counter runs out, at this point looking at the HP, should be a victory for Sedina.
Yep. 30 seconds to go. It's now or never. Dejvere slightly disappointed. No, Senegal, they do have the upper hand. One last push, 20 more seconds. Looks like this push again will be stopped through. Again, a rocket popped up. And there it is. The tower getting taken down. A victory coming in. The Archer Towers always suffering casualties, and what a play by Sedina. Senegal up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking in control throughout the game, right? Whilst Dejvede was having such a tough time. I think it was almost a minute where he'd not even done a single point of damage on Sedina. So there was that one point where I felt like the comeback was real. But the moment he went in with that big push on the left-hand side, that mystery rocket coming out from Sedina, I think that is the moment I personally feel that the match was sealed.
I believe Sedina,
So much damage was there.
Sedina had a very good read that there could very well be an E-Giant
Yeah.
saved up. And, you know, he just saved it up. And like you mentioned, the timing on that, absolutely impeccable. But moving on, what deck comes up forward? Sedina right now in the lead, the representative of Senegal. Dejvere has to do something, because if he doesn't win this, well, he's definitely going to the lower brackets. But if he does, it's another shot at taking down Sedina. A good game, no doubt. Very strategic from either side. But the constant hammering from Sedina definitely made matters a lot worse than Dejvere would have wanted.
Yeah, of course. I mean, at that point, I was even worried. For a moment, it felt like maybe Dejvede could make that comeback. It was just exchanges going on from both the sides. Even the Goblin Heart being deployed over there, and the Goblin Cage, in fact, being deployed over there, and just kind of trying to nullify even Sedina's attacks by Dejvede. But that last push, that last rocket being saved, because I think it was all about trying to run down the time in that given scenario, where he knew that he's done enough damage on both the sides. If the timer runs out, then eventually he's going to get the victory. But he saved that rocket till the last. And seems like your wishes have been fulfilled. You wanted to see that rocket come into play, so did I. So it's a small W for both of us.
Yep, it is a W for us, but definitely not for the other side. Now, Benin, let's see what he has to offer. Definitely the tension clearly visible on Dejvere's face.
Yeah.
But this is the time where you actually have to shine. There's no alternative routes here. You have to win the second game. Now, they're both ready. Looks like Sedina's already set. He's ready with his deck to play. And that kind of preparation, already having your deck ready when your opponent is still figuring out what to do, I think that's some serious homework and prep work being done.
It's not just that. I think he's just trying to figure out which deck he has to go with. I'm pretty sure all these players must have prepared their decks. They're not making it on the go. But then again, he has to read what deck does Sedina come up with. Because at this point, if Sedina gets another victory, then he's going to win this entire matchup. So Dejvede has to make a comeback in this one at any given cost. So yes, a little bit of a hold up. I think Sedina looks ready. It's all about Dejvede. What deck does he come up with? Any guesses?
I have no idea, man. I mean, how do you stop a man like Sedina? Pressuring you every second, giving you no quarters, saving up a high elixir card like a rocket. Great job done there. But Sedina looks like he's trying to telepathically communicate.
Correct.
Come on, man. Get ready. Come on, let's just get this over with.
I think it's ready.
Yeah, I think it's ready too.
Yeah, that button click and yes.
Yeah.
All right, it is game on, folks. And let's see what Sedina has to offer and how Dejvede is going to respond back with. And a Bandit, again, another one of my favorite cards. And an E-Wizard, so some older cards really coming into play.
Bandit, E-Wizard, wait. This is what I love to see. And along with that, you have the Zap to work with. But now, the Goblin Battle, it's going to be cycled over and over again. A Goblin-heavy deck. This is something that really works out. Now, you see two Spirits there, right? That also is very important. The hero being played as well. Very early, right at the start, 8 cards have already been revealed. But so far, oh, we have a Poison in play as well. I want to see when that Poison is perfectly timed and used. I think Dijvede this time has a very clear idea. Do as much damage as possible in the initial 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is what he's trying to do. And both of them have actually exchanged some damages over there. The Battle Ram coming into play and the Cannon being deployed. But is it going to be enough? I think the Valkyrie would easily take down both of them. And the Goblin Barrel once again. And oh, not really survived for that one hit. And even the E-Wizard goes for the cleanup there.
Yeah, the Mother Witch will also be very, very crucial at this point. When do you drop it? Where do you drop it? The E-Wizard not doing enough, but definitely slowing down that hero. The left side being explored right now. Sedina, he's figured out that if there is a chance, let's just go up forward. The Bandit trying to take down the hero, really close. Not going to be alive for much longer. And finally, he gets taken down as well.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate, if you ask me, because I was expecting a little bit more of that which being dealt. But again, Sedina still feels like he's in control of this game. But the big boy, Pekka, has finally come down and should be enough. That one little squab. But look at that left hand side. Of course, the Mother Witch just saving the day over there. And this is where I feel like Dijvede has put all his eggs into that one basket. And he needs to make that connection. But, oh, the troops really chipping down the Pekka. At least one hit. No, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to be the case. But look, looks like the Valkyrie will also be shut down. So far, hits from either sides have been exchanged. But again, Sedina still having that lead on the HP part. The Goblin Battle will be cycled through. Evolution ready to be triggered any second. I want to see the cannon again in play. Taking a lot of time this time. Looks like the connection still being made. One final push could be the answer to Sedina's prayers. Again, the Goblin Barrel being dropped through. Valkyrie for the follow-up. This is going to be really important. The Bandit trying to slow down as much as possible. The Zap will stall for a bit, but doesn't matter. Sedina will walk away with a 2-0. Like I mentioned, there's going to be no middle ground in this game. It's either a really close one or a dominant one. And looks like we have our first 2-0 on the broadcast.
Absolutely. Senegal taking the victory in this one. And Sedina somehow just making sure that the message was delivered. A dominant run. And yeah, I mean, at that point, that's some lovely stuff going out there. But again, Captain, you know, I think Sedina looked in control throughout the game. I kind of loved how he just went in for the wipe and how he got those tasks there. And I think Dijvede did not have enough answers for that Sedina's early pressure.
Yep, he did not have it. But so far, it's been a great start to today's show. Clash Royale, full of nostalgia. Team Senegal definitely going to be happy. Sedina, definitely a great start to his overall dominance. But is this dominance going to continue? Is the bigger question. We still have another round to be played, and then he moves on to the grand finals.
Oh yes, that is going to be lovely. But you know, I'm starting to feel worried right now. If you're a Team India supporter and you're annoyed, I'm sure that Sedina is one for that he would not want to meet so early on. But then again, if he has to win it, then he's got to beat both of them. But that being set aside, so 2 games done and dusted, this was an easy victory. And like I said, right, I think you're seeing into the future. So you're going to tell me what happens next, but we'll get into that. But let's talk about what happened actually in this game. I feel like it was all about, Sedina just being so well prepared. He knew exactly what he had to do. He cycled his cards really well and got the job done.
I think I'll talk for the losers part first, what happened there. So I believe that Dejvede, he had a good read. He played his cards right. It's just that Sedina was so well prepared. There was always a counter play coming in. You look at any card being dropped, be it the Mother Witch, be it the Skeletons, whatever it is, there was always a counter ready. And I think having a counter deck along with an aggressive one, that is where the homework was done previously. And that is where Sedina was already, he already had that mindset that, okay, I'm going to win it. There's no way I lose it, and he wins it 2-0.
I mean, I loved how he made the plays with those Skelly battle bombers, right? Just going in from the two different directions.
Yeah, exactly.
Constantly applying pressure. And he came up with a deck which was very low on his elixir and made a really good work out of it.
I think counting the elixir, like we all know, is the most crucial part.
Yes.
He countered it. He countered it really well. And finally, we have got our first 2-0. We've got our first reverse sweep as well. Now, I want to see if somebody actually does that 1-1-1. Like, you win the first one and then you win the third one. If that's going to happen or not, we'll find out momentarily because the next game is almost ready. We will jump into that. But Fixes, again, this raises another question in my head. What happens if India, well, like, now we know that India and Senegal are going to win. I mean, they are going to meet.
Yeah.
But what happens if India wins? Like, maybe they have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. Maybe India wins and Senegal actually goes down. Then the lower brackets run is going to become way more difficult.
So I think Anohit might have just watched this game.
Yeah.
So he must be really well prepared of what is coming his way next.
Is he?
I hope so. I hope so.
It's a short time. It's
Yeah.
a very short time to prepare. You better have done your homework at home because at this point, you should have all your decks ready. You should have all your cards stacked, not in one basket, but in 10 different baskets. If you know what I'm talking, if you've played the game, everybody will know this. But you know what? We still have 2 games lined up, and the next one is about to start any second now. Now, Fixes, let me ask you. All right, we'll just get this over with right now. So, we will not do it before the game again. Game number 3 and game number 4, it's either Tunisia versus Kazakhstan or Peru versus USA. Who do you think will win amongst these pairings?
For game number 3, I might go with Kazakhstan. And for game 4, I think with USA. I mean, you know how strong they are.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the US representative. You know what? We'll not say anything. We'll wait for game number 4 to actually come up on stage. But I believe I will have to go with Tunisia for game number 3. I've seen what they've done. I've seen round number 1. Yeah, it's already a clash here.
It's a warrior.
And it's Clash Royale on the stage as well. It's Clash Royale for you. A nostalgic game finally coming up into the highest standards of the world, into the highest standards of esports. But so far, our amazing host is ready for the next matchup. Ocean Sharma, please take it away.
God. This is how these games are going to be. I mean, it's chaotic, but we love that chaos, right? And that's how we see maybe 2 1s, 2 0s, few games done, few more to go. But before we move forward with the next one, please welcome the first team that's going to be coming up on the stage, Team Tunisia.
Pride, commitment, unity, equality, innovation, not division. Unite,
And the challenger
come together.
that's going to give a tough fight. None other than Team Kazakhstan.
Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries, diversity, pride, commitment.
All right, Miko,
Unity.
Noob Slayer, I would just wish you guys all the very best for this game. I hope you guys have a really good time. If you would like, please shake hands with each other and you can take your seats. They are ready. They're ready to actually roar on the stage with the amazing cards. Let's see who has a better hand. But for now, let's get back to our amazing storytellers.
All right, the field is set once again, and we'll be getting into the arena soon. But yes, Tunisia and Kazakhstan, and I feel like, it's my personal opinion. Kazakhstan, such a beautiful country. I've been there, loved it, and a little bit of a corner there. So I'm hoping that Kazakhstan gets the victory. But what? Why did you go with Tunisia?
Now we know why Fixes went with Kazakhstan. I went with Tunisia because I have seen the games that has been happening off the broadcast.
Okay.
And Tunisia, they've been just punching everybody that stood in their way.
All 2-0, huh?
All 2-0.
That is going to be an interesting test over here. But I still hope, miracles do happen. Anything can happen. They have not gone up against each other. So you never know. Team Kazakhstan might have something in store for us. But so far, to summarize both the games that we saw in which India won and in which Senegal won, we saw a lot of newer decks coming into play. We did not see enough of those returning decks. So I think everybody has their own style of play. Everybody has their own cards that, they're holding on to, say, their signatures being bought out. And really excited to see what both these players bring out in this one. What do you think? How will we begin this one?
I really believe we haven't seen any hero versus hero deck so far. We've seen hero coming in from one end and the other just going with the Evo deck.
Yeah.
So I believe that this could be a matchup where we get to see heroes from either side. And if it is heroes from either side, it's going to be one heck of a game. We'll find out what happens there. But Fixes, again, talking about the mixes and matches that the players have already figured out, right?
Yeah.
After the recent patch, after the changes that were actually made, these players, they have sat down hours, no doubt, figuring out what will be their best match deck against all of these players who are playing against them. And I also believe that for every individual team playing here, they have separate set of 3 decks ready.
Yeah, I think they might have already done their due diligence, all the practices, might know each other's pros and cons, like we have already established. They have played against each other in the past also. So they might know they might have that idea which tells them that, yes, if he might come with this deck. So it's all about, like I said, right, permutation and combination. It's all about that one deck and who comes in with a counter. And not just that, sometimes we have even seen where the deck might look overpowering, but the player just makes the right calls. Just the timing is absolutely perfect. Something that we saw from Team Senegal just do in the previous game.
Oh, yes, no doubt about it. Now, so far we haven't seen the Evis deck work. It's being played just once. We haven't seen the Hog Rider Slam work. It's also being played just once. Yeah. I want to see one of those repetitions coming up in this game. And this game, you never know. It very well could be a repetition as well as a victory. Team India couldn't figure it out. In fact, in the previous game, Team Benin could not figure it out.
Yes.
So we'll find out if any of these 2 teams that are playing up on stage right now, Tunisia or Kazakhstan, they come up with it and they secure a victory. Because I now have big question marks in my head. Are those decks still playable? Are those decks still the meta?
I mean, they could be, right? They could be. But you know what? We'll have to take a quick look on the updated brackets that we have. So much has happened. A lot of matches also happening off stream as we speak. So the lower bracket rounds, as you could see, will begin pretty much soon. But for round number 3, winners bracket, we've got India taking on Senegal. And then whoever wins between Tunisia and Kazakhstan, and the next match that we have, USA taking on Peru, they will be going up against each other. And for the others, I mean, it's still not the end of the road for them. They still have chances through the lower brackets.
Oh, yes, no doubt about it. Lower brackets run, it's going to be another nightmare for everybody out there. Imagine if players like Rydell, he's already been pushed down, and he's waiting in lower brackets round 2 to play against his opponent and maybe win, maybe lose. But if Rydell is there, there could very well be anyone who will be pushed down to the lower brackets. I am super excited to see the game of winner brackets round number 3. This is the game which will answer a lot of questions in everybody's head out there.
Absolutely. Even the winner bracket round 3, and if India wins, and winner bracket round 4 match, I think that would be quite epic, because heading on to the grand finals through the winner brackets, you do have that slight advantage, that slight little edge. But that being said, folks, I mean, we're right back once again. Hi, and for all the ones in the chat, let us know your predictions, man. Who do you think is going to win this one? Is it going to be Tunisia, or is it going to be Kazakhstan taking that victory? But whoever wins, like we said, heads on into winners bracket round 3. did discuss about the Dex captain, but again, looking at the body language of both the players, both of them look quite confident.
Yeah, they look super confident, and I think this game, whoever loses, is going to take a good beat on that morale. Because once you come up that confident on stage, and then you lose, yeah, it messes with your mental game. I've been there. I have played, like, a different sport. I was in sports, so I have been on stage. I have felt the pressure. I have gone in confident, and then just completely got shut down. So that mental pressure is going to be crucial. But if somebody actually beats that mental pressure going into the lower bracket games, they can just make it through, come back, challenge the one, if he makes it through to the next one,
Yeah.
of course, and then win it. And I think that will be the best revenge story we have with the tournament.
I know we would love to see such storylines in the making. So far, everybody has been happy, everybody has been peaceful. It's all about, this is what esports really stands for. As now the game finally begins. Bassem taking on Miraz as, all right, a little bit of an early pressure with that log deck. And now a miner. In fact, a goblin miner being deployed as will get challenged by the prince.
Yeah. The prince will come in. Somebody has to slow down that prince. Yes, it will be done by those teeny bitty warriors. But now the question about that poison. Well, it's been a long time I have actually seen an elixir collector being played. But what if that elixir is being leaked? Yeah, a little bit of it has been leaked, definitely. But that poison was so well placed. It did not damage the King Tower because that again brings out another defensive structure. But it did a lot of damage on that elixir collector, giving it maybe 1-2 extra elixir points. And good push coming up. Oh, good poison dropped as well. Perfectly timed, perfectly placed, and the entire attack is being disassembled.
Yeah, but they still somehow have gotten through, especially that monk.
Ooh.
And that's a huge chunk
Oh,
of
no
damage.
way.
Look at what Bassem has done there. Oh my god. Tunisia finding an early lead, and now it's understandable why, Captain, you were saying that he was so dominating, man.
I mean, 9 elixirs for 1 card definitely makes it work. And look at that, the King Tower has already taken so much damage. 3192 HP just remaining. But looks like a push, an imminent push from Miraz will make it through. 1183 HP left on that left inside Archer Tower. 60 seconds. And now will be the perfect time to drop that triple musketeer again. Let's see when he drops it. And there it is, a defensive musketeer. And now the tornado will be played. A very late but a very good tornado coming in from Miraz. Tunisia playing it smart, but Kazakhstan bouncing back and taking down that first Archer Tower. A log being placed, the Valkyrie will shut down all 3 of the musketeers as troops from either side will try to creep in closer and closer.
Beautiful comeback coming in from Miraz over there, especially with the tornado spell. Doing wonders, so much value, just kind of segregating the Royal Musketeers there. Now, let's see what the Seam has in store for us. Of course, I mean, he's trying to get his elixirs up, and it's a very heavy deck. And I think he would want to see it through in the overtime, and there you have it. The Evo Magician trying to go through the Wizard, and a push from both the sides from Basim. Can he get enough value out of this? Even the Royal Musketeers have been deployed. Oh, this is looking quite cheeky. This is looking like a heavy push. Look at the damage on the King Tower.
My God, that is massive, and that is what we were talking about at the start of the day, right? Somebody has to go for that King Tower. So far, nobody has had the courage to, and this time Tunisia, Basim decides, you know what? I'm going to go for it. But now he has to face that counter play coming in from Miraz. Kazakhstan playing it really smart and really timid. But that poison, chipping off that damage, that lock will be enough to take away at least half HP on that Elixir Tower. A good tornado again played in. The Royal Musketeers absolutely being split up in 2. But 2 paths might just be too much to handle, and a poison being dropped out. HP-wise, it's still Tunisia in the lead. And now the defensive structures being put through. The Executioner. I want to see if the Evo will be played or not. The executioner will be shut down. Again, a tornado cycle fixes. The timing of these cards is so good from Miraz. Unfortunately, he does not have the HP to actually win this game as of now.
Yeah, exactly. With the final 30 seconds to go, it's all about Basim just trying to even delay at this point, just play defensive, and he knows it's GG. He is already celebrating his victory with that Prince going through. And there you have it. Tunisia securing themselves the first game. And Team Kazakhstan under immense pressure. I think he was looking quite stoic in the kind of play that he was trying to make over there. Everything really helping him out.
No doubt about it. Tunisia, he led the game in a very, very aggressive style. And I believe having that aggressive style gave him an advantage. But when it was time for a perfectly well-played counter-attack, I think that moment Kazakhstan absolutely outshined Tunisia. Now, both of these players, they have a different style to actually play with. Tunisia being so hyper-aggressive, Kazakhstan being retaliatory and aggressive. I really believe the second game, it could go Kazakh's way. Kazakh just has to be very, very smart, and then Tunisia might just get trapped out. And this will be a perfect time for Kazakhstan to actually set that trap. Now, we need to see a meta deck of a bait coming in. And if that bait works out, I think we might just go all 3 games.
It could happen. It could absolutely happen. But then again, you know, like you said, right? He's just setting his armrest there. You could see. But Nasir was really, really good. And at this point, I'm starting to ponder what Team Kazakhstan has to put forward next. What answers are they going to come up with? And just look at him, you know, he's absolutely chilled. Cold, just waiting, you know, get the match started. And now look at the pressure. He's got to take that thought. Which deck do I go ahead with? What do you think?
Although I did notice Tunisia and Kazakhstan, both of them coming up on stage in a very, very jolly mood. Right now, it's all fallen quite silent. Of course, Kazakhstan, the tension visible on his face. But talking about Tunisia, that joy, it's gone from his face as well. He too is feeling that pressure.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of visible, but again, it kind of comes down to the next game, right? What's going on in my head is, of course, does he go with a very elixir-heavy deck this time for the boys from Team Tunisia? Or does he go with maybe a little bit of a cycle deck, just keep shuffling down? Because in the previous one, I think he was prepared for everything, right? He had that Royal Musketeer, he had an answer for it. Even despite Kazakhstan having the Executioner and even those tornadoes being deployed, for a moment we felt like, yes, the comeback was almost over there. But I think he got a very quick reset and instantly had him through once again inside the game.
The best part was that Tunisia, he was too quick in taking down that first Archer tower, and that gave him a huge advantage. Let's see what Basim from Tunisia does in the second one. So far, it's 1-0 in favor of Tunisia. An aggressive play again coming in, but this time it will be from Miraz from Kazakhstan. The Dark Prince will jump on forward, the shield being taken down, and it's going to be slowed, and 0 value found from that Dark Prince.
Yeah, that's quite concerning, especially with the hero Archer going down, the Barbarian barrel being deployed, the RG comes in, and the Skelly King, he enters the field. Now, this is again one of these OG cards, one of my favorite cards, and would be stopped by the Tesla Tower. That is going to hurt a little in it, because he needs to get a little close, but unfortunately fails to, but still, I think should be enough to take down that hero down.
Yeah. The damage being very little done on either side. Oh, the Royal Hogs will come in. The Barrel Barbarians will be demolishing the Hogs on one side, and the Dark Prince on the other side will take care of everything. But the Zaps now going forward. slows down that Dark Prince in its entirety. And a good defense again mounted. A change of pace in the overall game. And I think both the players are quite shocked to actually witness this. However, that hero still not being played, finally dropped in from Tunisia. Let's find out if that hero finds value, but no, the Skeleton King. That Skeleton King is gonna create massive problems if not cleared quickly, especially if that Skeleton King goes forward, drops that bomb. Well, apparently it's out of range of that Archer Tower, so it will be safe.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Miraz, he gets to go have a go at it. Does have the RG dealing decent chunk, and of course, the Dark Raid is there, cleaning up whatever is left, and now it is going to be interesting because he's also got his hero Archer up. So at this point, Royal Hawks will be deployed on the right-hand side. So trying to bait out the Tesla Tower maybe.
Yeah, I think so too. And the Tesla Tower is going to get taken down. 20 seconds on the clock. A very well placed zap coming in as well. But so far, I do wonder how is he going to circle the Tesla Tower? Because if he doesn't time it correctly, well, the hero Archer definitely will be dropped in, and that saves a lot of trouble for Tunisia. But HP-wise, it's still Tunisia in the lead. 2 minutes to go. The Skeleton King being cycled back. The hero Archer doing a lot of damage on that hidden Tesla. Now the hidden Tesla, if not cleared quickly, there will be a lot of problems. A good bait onto that Skeleton King, not letting it go close to that Archer Tower.
And you know, Miraz still has one more card hidden.
Yeah.
It could be anything. This could be a rocket or even a lightning strike. And he's not revealed it yet.
Again.
And yeah, I mean, we would love to see that. All right, two magic archers, heroes being deployed over there. The Zappies being spread across, the Royal Hawks pushing through the overtime. Really hurting, and seems like Miraz, he might just do it this time. I think the comeback would be real.
Well, it could be very real. But so far, let's find out if Tunisia can still play it in. 60 seconds to go. Basim playing it really smart. The Dark Prince being cycled back from Miraz. And a good push, a full-on execution coming in. But so far, the defense mounted up from Basim has been good. Miraz bringing up Royal Hawks off his own now. Going for that push, the damage not enough. Good game has been called. And they both know that there's no way in 32 seconds the Archer Tower with just 210 HP, now 162, will be left standing. One tiny little frickle, and there it is. The game has been won and secured. It's 1-all fixes. Another game going for that third decider round.
Yeah, this is what we wanted, right? And this is somewhere down the line, your theory still stands corrected. Back to the old ways where, yes, Tunisia did start with the shebang, but this time, Kazakhstan responded back. And that's a message well delivered. Lovely stuff coming in from Miraz. I think it was all about using the Royal Hawks really well. It was all about providing that ample chip damage. And I think the one thing that really did not go Tunisia's way was the fact that they were trying to rely heavily on the Skelly King to make that damage done. But every single time, I think he had an answer. The Teslas being deployed, even the placements where he had the Dark Prince also trying to chunk it out from here, and the archers, the hero archers really coming into the play.
You know, I really believe I did not believe, honestly, that I'd get to see a Skelly King at this stage of the tournament, but, you know, it worked. It worked well. And so far, the series being equalized, the pressure has been equalized. Tunisia, now the pressure mounting on him. Let's see what Basim does. The timing matters so very much in this game. One misclick and it's catastrophe. One wrong card played and it's game over.
Absolutely. At this point, I mean, both of them are pretty much at the knife's edge. Anything could really happen. anything could really happen in this one, especially with Team Kazakhstan. A little bit of a momentum, little help from the coach maybe, just to assist him. Yeah, pat on the back, knows that yes, he can do it. And surely the morals must be high after winning that previous game. And now this is where you could see, now Team Tunisia seems to be under a little bit of pressure here.
Yep, no doubt about it. Tunisia, he might just get reverse sweeped. Or like I was mentioning, Fixes, it might be first game and third game victory. Truth be told, even we cannot predict this, which way it's going to go. It's too damn close at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. But you still went with Tunisia. I am supporting Kazakhstan. So, yeah, we've got both our choices and a nice smile on his face. Clearly hiding the pressure that's inside his mind right now. And battles at two fronts. He's got to go. And this time, I'm starting to wonder, is he going to take a gamble, or is he going to go with one of those decks that he really feels that he can stomp with, especially the way he did in the game number 1.
I think Tunisia, if your style is being hyper-aggressive, just go for it again. It worked out once, make it work again. As simple as that. There's absolutely no need to experiment this late in the tournament, especially when you're just 2 rounds away from playing in that grand finals. So let's see what Tunisia decides ultimately. Now this match, we'll get another team who will be playing winner brackets round number 3. Post this match, we'll be getting that team, which basically is the winner bracket semi-finals. And one team will go down to the lower brackets where already we have players like Rydell waiting to take down anybody who stand in their path. This is the Global Esports Games, Mumbai, at the MMRDA grounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, there you go. Tunisia, just a little smile once again for their supporters, for the ones watching from home and tuning in numbers to cheer for their countrymen. But again, moving on ahead, yes, tension is quite palpable. At this point, anything could really happen. The decks getting prepped up. And now, I think he's feeling quite good about himself. I think he's looking quite calm. He knows he's got a task ahead of him. He can easily get the job done.
Let's find out if he can actually get the job done, because if he wins this, he has to wait to find out which team out of Peru and USA will face him. And then we have very interesting games lined up, of course. Now, you know, we do have, I wonder if we should already let the audience know which will be the next games after the first 4 are done. Well, we'll let them know momentarily. Or maybe just keep the suspense. But I want to know from the Indian audience, considering that the home crowd would love to see India play up on stage again, if they want to see Senegal versus India on stage, because that is going to be a very, very tough game.
That indeed will be a tough one. You know, because we've seen what Senegal can bring forth, and especially with how the games have gone so far. And yeah, Anuhit, he must be having his notes already prepped up, right? He must know what needs to be done and how he can counter his opposition. So, yes, a little bit of a hold up. Once again, just before the match begins, the admins at the ready, just making sure that everything is A-okay.
Yep, we'll find out. There we go. The game all set. First card being revealed. And again, both the lanes being pressurized. Tunisia. Well, just to be clear, Tunisia's up on the top. And Kazakhstan is at the bottom.
Yeah, Reddit.
Some emotes being exchanged. That's the fun part about this game, you know. I always used to tease my opponent whenever I won.
All right, 2 Evo cards already
Yep.
at the display from Miraz. And even the furnace coming out. A little bit of that chip damage. Look at the wizard. He's gone so low. And seems like Basim is not pleased about something. That was a hit from Miraz's side. Now,
Oh, no way.
all right, this is where it gets exciting.
Skeleton spell?
And even the graveyard being deployed by Miraz. He's been hiding this.
Yeah, the graveyard will create a lot of problems, but when you have a baby dragon to actually defend, there's no problem there. Oh my god. And from the other side as well. That's another graveyard coming in, but it won't be easy to defend. Costs an entire archery to actually shut it down.
Oh, look at this.
No, the lava loon has to play the defensive. The bowler going in really close. HP will create a lot of problems, but this time, if that lava loon connects. Okay, all right. A good defense. The Goblin Hut will actually shut down everything in its path. But so far, there is still a possibility the initial damage being done.
Oh, it connects.
It just connect. It does connect, fixes. 1500 HP drained straight away.
Yeah, Basim still not pretty happy about though. But the bowler at the deploy once again should be enough to tackle the furnace. Should not be an arduous task. But there you go. The knight being deployed. And now, it's interesting to see how he responds back. So the Evo Magician is finally out. And the Wizard is in fact dishing out a heavy chunk of damage. Should be enough to deal with these 2 dragons, baby dragon at the go, and again a graveyard.
A good deployment on that bowler though, fixes. That bowler will shut down all the skeletons in that graveyard. However, the log from the counterpart will shut down any goblin spawned. Now you see, from either side, the decks are very, very similar, just with the difference of having that Evo Wizard on one side and the Evo Baby Dragon on the other. But now, 2 minutes to go. Overtime begins. Skeleton spell well spawned, but a good defense getting mounted up. This play will be crucial. A good fireball will shut down that initial push. But that poison spell doing so much damage. 449 HP, 426. 400 HP just remaining. Another good graveyard will shut down Miraz. And it will be Tunisia walking away with the victory. Trying to go for a push. Baby Dragon again in play. Let's see if the Evo is put through. Apparently not. The poison again getting deployed. I'm shocked as how quickly the poison is being recycled. Fixes.
I mean, at this point, it's going to be interesting because this is a hefty commitment, but the arrows being deployed, a defensive setup at that. And now the bowler. All right, Masir will find the connection. No, it's going to be Miraz. And he is going to get the win for himself. Amazing, amazing play coming in from Team Kazakhstan. What a response it has been. And that is lovely. That is lovely stuff. What a clutch comeback it was, to be honest.
Beautiful stuff getting done. Now, no doubt about it, Team Tunisia, they did get the better start, but again, fixes, it's the same story as game number 1. It's a reverse sweep again being put up. Let's see what happens, because this is something that's going to repeat today and tomorrow. Well, so far, we've got 3 countries already moving on forward. Team India, Team Senegal, and Team Kazakhstan. 1 more game remaining for the winner brackets, round 3. That is going to be Peru versus USA. We'll find out if Fixes and I both picked the same team or not. Although we did have a discussion, maybe I changed my mind. You never know. But talking about the next game, Peru versus USA.
Oh,
Another banger game.
That's going to be a biggie. That is going to be a biggie, and I think there's no doubts on who the favorite would be. It's of course the mighty USA, but of course Peru could come in with a lot of surprise over here also. But then again, this particular game had a little bit of that storyline, right? Especially with how well Tunisia started off into the first game, and it felt like it could actually be a 2-0 wipe. But then Kazakhstan really got in, right? And I loved how Miraz really held on to his composure. Game number 2, he did not give up and won that. Game number 3, especially that Inferno Dragon, did so much in that particular game, especially that moment he locked onto the tower, and Basir somewhere down the line was not pleased about it.
Yeah.
Maybe he had a little bit of those issues, but whatever that being said, I think it was a good victory for Kazakhstan.
And I think the particular cards being played also had a very important role. On one side, like I mentioned,
Yeah.
we got to see the Evo Wizard. On the other side, we did get to see the Evo Baby Dragon. So yeah, it was a good played game overall. But in the end, those little timing factors again coming into the picture and, of course, spoiling the mood of Basim. But no worries. He still has another chance. Tunisia still has another chance to stay in the game. I mean, domination throughout the entire stretch up until this game. This man in the lower brackets, it's going to create problems.
It should. It definitely should. Because, for Tunisia, I feel like Basir is a very strong opponent, and whoever is going to face Basir has to really watch out. But again, for Peru versus USA, I'm really excited because this is where we get to see the mighty teams collide, and this is definitely going to bring in a lot of fireworks.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. The fireworks will be there. However, do we get to see some firecrackers again is the question.
Yeah, it's been a while, no?
Yeah, only in
I
game
think
1.
Game 1 is
Yeah.
where we saw firecrackers. We haven't seen enough Evo cannons also.
No, we
So I
haven't.
think that could also come into play. We haven't seen a single Expo deck.
We haven't seen a single
mortar deck. So many decks still waiting for us. And I think every single match that we're getting to see, something new, that really fills me with joy.
You know, it's up their sleeves, as you say, because these players, they are not going to showcase everything today. They know that tomorrow is way more important than today, and it's going to be way more difficult as well, because right now, all the games being shown on broadcast, previously it was happening off broadcast, but all the games being shown on broadcast, everybody gets to read a little bit of your opponent's style, even in a more better way. So I want to find out if any team comes up tomorrow and completely goes ham. He's like, okay, game started, let's just go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did talk about Peru versus United States of America, and it seems like the players are ready. So over to you, Ocean.
If this is how all the matches are going to be, I don't know what to do with my heart because it's beating faster than ever. Because this is how Clash Royale pros know they have tricks up their sleeve. But the action's not over yet. We are ready for the next match, and I'm really excited about this one. So put your hands together for Team Peru first.
Let the world
All right. The one who's ready to conquer it all, maybe. Please welcome Team USA.
listen. Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
I'm pretty sure both the players are ready, so I would just wish you both all the very best, and you guys may now take your seats. There's the appreciation, as we just see, but now comes the main game. Who's going to move forward? Who's going to take one step back and rethink their choices? Questions are many, answers will be given here, but for that, let's get back to our amazing talents.
All right. Both these players absolutely ready. And yes, we are as well, because this is one of those games where actually our wants could come true. We might get to see those expos, we might get to see those mortars, and all of that coming into action.
You know, USA is the only team who has showcased a different deck every game that they have played.
Yeah.
They have done immense amount of homework, which I believe or even all of the teams combined here haven't done. In terms of prep stage, yes, USA right now is at the top. But does somebody just come in? I mean, at this stage, it's just Peru. Does Peru just come in and say, okay, USA, don't worry, you have done enough homework, class work, I'm going to take care of it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think USA, I think we met the players also,
Yeah.
and he was looking very, very confident. And he did say that RG was his favorite deck. And I'm pretty sure his opponent must be aware of the same.
Yeah,
And RG deck is something that, I've also been wanting to look forward to. It's another one of my favorite decks, still in my staples, in my cycles all the time. So really excited to see if he actually brings that right from the get-go, or he waits for the next game.
I don't think he's going to play RG. Maybe it's his favorite deck, but
Yeah.
since everybody knows that there will be a counter ready. So
Could be.
rather not risk it, play something else,
Yeah.
secure your spot, and then maybe if you make it to the grand finals, just, since it's your favorite deck, take the risk, play it once.
Take it. I mean, we would love to see something crazy, of course, to happen in this particular game. But then again, moving ahead, this is going to be a very high octane matchup because, we have been talking about the US, but Peru is not, again, another team to be trifled with. So they have also some strong players from their region and the best coming in. So it is going to be one hell of a matchup. The players are absolutely getting ready, and we'll get into the games pretty soon. But before that, we did talk about what has been happening so far. So we began with India taking on Indonesia,
Yep.
with India getting a victory in that one. And then we saw Senegal up against Benin, where Senegal had a very convincing victory, a 2-0 at that. But the third game was the spiciest of them all, because this was filled with a lot of twists and turns. But eventually, in a match where Kazakhstan was going up against Tunisia, Kazakhstan ended up getting a victory.
I think Kazakhstan, they did a very, very good job of controlling the tempo of the game
Yes.
overall. Yeah, game one was not in, the entire control of Kazakhstan. He did make a little bit of mistakes, and there Tunisia just flourished like anything. But since the second game, I believe that tempo control was very well done. Now, this is another factor which many players actually don't take into account. Are you dictating the game, or are you reacting to it? That comes in so crucially at a very, very timid point in the game. But so far, the games have been really intense. It's not totally been one-sided. At times, for maybe a couple of seconds, it's been one-sided. But overall, I really believe when we move on forward to the next stage, maybe to the next round of the winner brackets, things could definitely change. There could be some serious level mistakes made, and that nobody would want. And that could happen on only one condition. Somebody lets the pressure get to their heads.
Yes, that could be definitely the case, because even in the previous game, we saw what happened with Basit, right? For a moment, it felt like, that one little pixel where maybe his net kind of glitched out or something, and he was not pleased about it. And that is where Kazakhstan also pressed in, because all it takes is that one Inferno Dragon to just connect, which eventually happened. And if you have no answers, if you're out of Elixir, then you're pretty much done. I think, Inferno Dragon being one of my favorite cards, because I know the amount of damage that I have dealt, the amount of towers that I have broken. So yes, I think that was a very nice one. But then again, what do USA have in store? So we did talk about the Mortar deck, the Expo deck, all of that into play. But barring that, are we missing any other fan favorite deck?
I think we've seen Bandit overall. We have seen, I believe we've covered a little bit of mixture of every
Yes.
deck, that's been there in the meta, at least for the last 6 months. But a clean deck is something that we haven't seen, like the meta decks that we used to see before. Nothing has been replicated, Fixes, and I think that is where the game has completely changed in just a couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely has happened. And, what's going to happen next is what gets me excited, because USA, like we've been saying, right? You guys tell us. So what do you think USA is going to come up with? Are they going to go with the RG deck right from the get-go, or are they going to save it for later? I'm still waiting that the match just gets started, so that we get more clarity on what these players are coming up with.
I always say this whenever I'm in any tournament. Wish we had a button to just start. We just jump in, we enjoy the game, but everybody just seems to keep it away from me, because I'll start the match as soon as I get my hands on it. But so far, like we were speaking about it, Fixes, we have seen so many variations. We've seen the Goblin drill control. We've seen mixtures there. what have we not seen? Which nostalgic card fixes do you want to see in play?
I mean, for me, it's always been the Hog. Oh, the Mini P.E.K.K.A. We haven't seen a Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Exactly.
I think one of the OGs, for sure. And we haven't even seen the Lava Loon deck.
Yeah, we haven't.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see a good Lava Loon deck.
We
but
haven't seen a
seems-
minion deck.
Oh, yes.
So there's still a lot of
This-
variables to be played with.
All right, game number 1 already begins with Wallace from blue representing USA, and then we've got Eric from Peru in red over here. So a little pressure from the right-hand side, both of them going with those furnaces, those goblins being deployed, and a Royal Ghost from L comes into play.
The Royal Ghost, as always, will try to get up close and personal. But now, the Valkyrie just simply sweeps everything. No value found from the initial 2 cards, but I believe that was a setup. Well, another Evo card in play. Mega Knight. The Barbarians being used as bait, the Goblins also being used as bait, but a good time zap will shut down everything. That Mega Knight won't be surviving. Yeah, it gets taken down eventually.
Yeah, the Spirit Empress doing the damage. But now even with the Furnace, that came really in handy. So far, not a lot of damage has been dealt by either of the sides. So it's still a contested matchup. But if you just talk about, the Goblin Heart, this time a little bit different movement made in the cycle. The Poison being deployed. So Wallace hoping that he can get a little bit more damage there.
I'm not too sure what Wallace is trying to do. You have just one card to be showcased forward. Now the hero also has been played, as you can see. Eric, the representative from Peru, will try as hard as possible to push that Mega Knight forward as quickly as possible. A good slam, and that takes down all the pressure on the left-hand side. But again, another slam, the Valkyrie. Good timing found. Ooh, a good smash as well. Oh my god. This Mega Knight will go in close. Yeah, not a lot of damage done, but still value found.
Yeah, still value found though. And this is where Wallace will be hoping to build it up. Oh, Graveyard also deployed on the right-hand side, applying pressure from both the angles. And look at this. Even the hero goblins going through, but now, all right, the big knight drops down. Counter again. And look at this, we're heading into overtime with not a lot of damage done, especially in fact, if you look at it, Peru right now has the lead.
Yeah, Peru now has the lead. Wallace trying his level best to make a play. We were talking about how strong USA is. All the study being done. Again, the Royal Ghost in play. This Ghost goes close. Valkyrie in trouble. Valkyrie won't even be able to step on the other side. And the Ghost will clean it up. Fire Spirit being played. So far, nothing gets done. A good fireball lands. And that is a chunk of damage done. The Evo Valkyrie doing a lot of work on that Mega Knight. And that Mega Knight will eventually fall.
Ooh, another graveyard, and this is again a cycle that we have seen. Him trying to pressure it from the right-hand side. And the Mega Knight this time deployed, but this time they want to go with their own attack from the left. The Van Rider coming through, a defensive Goblin Heart being placed over there. Evo Furnace also coming out. And again, a push from the right-hand side, but still 40 seconds for this match to end. And Peru might just win because this push looks quite promising. The Valkyrie standing at its path and the Fireball being deployed. Is that an expensive commitment? Because just 800 HP and this could come very close, Captain.
Yeah, it's going to be super close, the graveyard coming in at the perfect time. 483.76. Look at the HP getting drained. One more skeleton hill and it's done. 29 HP just remaining. And the skeleton and the graveyard will be cycled back. What a comeback from USA. Wallace will close it. And now you know why they are the Goliaths in this tournament. USA definitely coming back at the last second. But really, really great comeback.
Amazing, amazing comeback. This is what we wanted, right? We did talk about fireworks at the display, and USA delivered that. Imagine, for a moment, it felt like it was just Peru having that control. And in that last moment, I think it all came down to that one fireball that was being thrown. It felt a little too desperate there, because the moment he did that and he did not get enough value, that is where Wallace knew that, okay, this game could be mine. I have the elixir on me. Let me just go for the commit. And the moment he did that, I think he got his result.
You know, I was kind of shocked that he saved that graveyard spell till the very last second. I mean, you played it at as the last card. Nobody expects to get played with the graveyard at the very last card, as the very last card. But so far, you know what, Wallace, hats off. Great game coming in. First game has been won by US. I believe Peru. He needs to be smart now. He needs to understand that Wallace is a man who will show you something and play something else.
Look at it. He's got a smile on his face. He knows exactly what he's doing. But boy, oh boy, it was such a close matchup. Cannot rule away Eric as well. I mean, for a moment, it felt like, yeah, if he could have just prolonged the game a little bit longer, had he just held on to that spell, it could have, the overtime would have ended and eventually he would have won. So it's not like that it was an easy cakewalk for Wallace. He still had to fight for that. But yeah, just waiting for the next game to begin. And it could really go either way. So according to your theory, this should be Peru, right?
I mean, that's just a theory, but it's been proven
You've been
correct
proven-
twice.
Yeah.
And both were reverse sweeps.
Okay.
Third time, is it a charm or is it a curse?
All right, you're getting at something over there because we have actually seen that happen. But yes, finally, folks, we are on to game number 2 and anything could happen once again as Eric this time starts off pretty aggressive and does have that hero Barbarian barrel at the play, but could not get enough damage out. Still, the E-Spirits were enough, and now, all right, he's got the Hero Royal Archer there. Look at this. The Royal Hogs also following up for Wallace. Still looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game to witness because on one side you have the Hero Royal Archer, on the other side you have the Hero Barbarian. So it's basically range versus melee at the hero part at least. But I want to see what the last 2 cards are from Wallace. Remember, he played it really smart. He waited for that perfect timing. And Eric, however, he was baited in the previous game to invest on that fireball and to actually lose out that game. But overall, no worries there. Still 2 cards left to be played out. 2460 HP remaining on the left-hand side tower. The Dark Prince in play, followed up by an E-Spirit. I want to see what happens with that Spirit. Well, it's going to be shut down, so will the Dark Prince be. And counter Dark Prince play immediately starts from Wallace.
All right, so at this point, Eric, he's got his Goblin Heart. All right, to tank enough damage there. And even the Hero Barbarian barrel this time, hoping that he gets a hit at the very least. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, it's going to hurt a lot, but not too much. That's a good part. The Royal Hogs being pushed up forward. That Tesla tower absolutely nullified at this point. All right, it survives with barely 10% HP left. Any oncoming move will have basically no problem with that Tesla tower. But this time, the hero being deployed up ahead, not at the back lines. The Royal Archer still creating so many problems. Dark Prince being cycled back. The Wizard. It's a good hit. That's a great hit. Beautiful play made by Eric. But can this Royal Archer, can this Hero Royal Archer make a lot of difference? 1657 HP still remaining on that left-hand side tower.
Yeah, this looks really interesting. I mean, so at this point, it's pretty much going to OT, that we know for sure, but no. Hold on. Royal Hogs, the Evo version of it. Magic Archers. So much happening. Even Wallace is responding one with his own. But this is all about Wallace trying to be playing extremely safe. Because if he can somehow get through the 3x elixir and just be even defensive, that should suffice. That should be enough to at least take Eric down.
Well, the log being saved up, a card still to be played along with the log. Which card is it? Wallace, come on man, show us what you got. Show us what you got up your sleeve. The log being played again, every time to shut down just that Dark Prince. He cannot come forward. The Tesla Tower denying everything onto that Royal Hogs. But again, the Dark Prince being responded by another, cycled back, another Dark Prince in play. But the Wizard will do so much damage. Followed up by another Spirit being played. Again a Royal Hog, again a Tesla Tower. Fixes, it seems like we're just stuck in a time loop at this moment.
Yeah, it's a never-ending cycle, but a cycle in which now even Eric, he's done so much. The final last minute to go, and anything could potentially happen. The hero, magician, at the go, but no, the lightning spell comes out. Eric had this handy. The Tesla Tower from Wallace. It is looking to be a very close game as another chip coming in from the Royal Hogs. And now, let's see what this Hero Wizard has up in stores for us. A little bit of damage, but not enough.
Not enough. Hero Wizard will not be able to take down that tower. 631 HP still remaining. The Hero Archer back in play. What is that last card? What is Wallace waiting for? It's 19 seconds to go. And there it is, the lightning. It was being saved up all until this point. But not much done. Not much done. Eric, he has set up that comeback and Wallace knows he has messed it up. It was way too late to use that lightning spell. And that Archer Tower on the left will fall.
Yeah, man, that has to hurt. That definitely has to hurt. But kudos to Eric, man, especially with how he stays that comeback. Initially, when the game began, we were all wondering that, okay, all right, if it goes towards the end of the overtime, Wallace still has that lead. Wallace still has got it. But again, that immense pressure coming in from the Royal Hogs, from the Wizards, all of that combined, those constant chipping damage. And then that lightning strike that he saved up. And I feel like, yeah, it was a little too late. But then again, Peru staging a beautiful, beautiful comeback. And now it is up to the decider, folks. We did tell you, you're in for a banger of a game. And that is exactly what we had to offer. But everything set aside, I'm curious to see what these two guys have in stores for us.
Well, I do want to see what these two guys have in store for us. But it's the last game. It is the final game for the winner brackets, at least for round 2. And then we have 3 more games lined up today. We'll find out what happens there. But whoever wins this faces off Kazakhstan in one of the games later today in the winner bracket semi-finals. So, the decks being selected. Overall, final decisions being made. But the question still remains, is this another reverse sweep? Because if it is, Fixes, I am going to lose my mind.
Listen, man, it was not me who brought it up. It was you. So, I mean, what do I say? So you gotta, I mean, as the stat dictates, could be Peru, because even in the first game, we saw Eric. He came in oh so prepared for this matchup, right? He knew exactly what he had to do, and it seems like we've got the third game all readied up, all set to go. So let's see what happens. It's all about Eric. I think finally he's also confirmed his picks, and within the next couple of minutes, we should be on to game number 3, the decider game, folks. And do let us know, who do you think is going to take this victory home?
Well, a good combo of the Evo heroes last time. Hero Barbarian Barrel and the Hero Magic Archer. I wonder though, will Eric play something similar? Range combined with melee? Or is it going to be completely range? Now we have seen decks that has been completely either melee with some good spells combined. Well, looks like we'll find out. Here we go. Game number 3 for the 4th game of the upper brackets of round 2. Starting off with the rage, 2900 HP still remaining, so that's just 147 HP damage done with the first wave from Eric. Talking about Wallace, no value found. It's just a defensive start from his side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, an early fireball, that did really help him against the hero Magic Archer there. But now the Rascals are being deployed along with the Skelly Balloon and the hero Wizard being brought down courtesy to those binds. So quite poetic things going on over here.
No doubt about it, Fixes. But look at how much the pace of the game has slowed down. Initially, in game number 1, it was Wallace attacking, attacking, and attacking. In game 2, it was Eric
gets a hit.
attacking. Yeah, he does get a hit,
Oh,
but not too much damage done.
the guards.
Coming back to the point, in game 2, it was Eric and Wallace exchanging blows. But now in game 3, it's a complete strategic defensive play. And there go the balloons. The skeleton balloons go up forward. Good timing on that wizard. That Evo wizard. Perfectly timed, perfectly dropped. Let's see how much value it gets onto the right side Archer Tower.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm excited to see because this time Eric, he's gone in for some heavy smacking, man. Look at this. Ooh, all right, slightly unlucky, but Wallace is counting a lot on that push. The Skelly Cake, he makes an appearance and should be enough to take down the RG. And now, heading on forward. All right, Fisherman. So the RG Fisherman deck at display. I'm curious to see what can he bring out of this one because look at even the Wizard. He was brought so low, Captain.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But moving on, all the cards again have already been played from Eric. Wallace still saving up one card up his sleeve. Let's find out what it will be. The Zaps being sent up forward. It's a 2-lane push. It's been split up on either side. It has to be defense on either sides or just commitment onto one. Let's find out what Wallace decides. 7 seconds left for overtime. We will be definitely going for it. There's going to be no game without any overtime. But now the Wizard gets so much damage done. 1643 HP remaining on that Archer Tower, as well as the attack being slightly nullified on the left-hand side.
All right, this time an attack coming in from the right-hand side. In OT, I think the hero Magic Archer doing enough damage. And now, all right, will get hooked. There you go. Not be a difficult task, but there you have it. The Royal Giant is being saved up by Wallace. And he's already starting to chip down on the right-hand side. But still, you know, that being set aside, look at Wallace's left tower. It's brought down pretty low, and we've seen in the last push, the Rascals did get through. But this time, the hero Wizard did not let that happen.
Yeah. I mean, a good placement was found even on the right-hand side lane, but on the left-hand side, it's been problems for Wallace all throughout. Be it in the first or the second or the third game. And again, the hero Wizard. Look at the damage being done, but it's not enough to stop that attack. The Wizard will be cycled back immediately so that this attack is nullified. However, on the left-hand side, the skeletons will pop up immediately and get shut down. But nothing to worry about. The HP being chipped off. Oh, it is a big thing to worry about. 519 HP just remaining. And looks like both the sides will be pressured at the same time. Eric on his way to close up another reverse streak. Great job done so far. Another push coming through. The barrels just keep coming. The skeletons just keep dropping. And finally, that last card has been played. It is going to be that RG which is sent forward. But nothing will create problems as much as this one. The zap will counter it. The defense will hold
Yeah, he
on, and
knows.
it's game over. It should be in favor of Eric. Is it?
Wait.
It could be in favor of Wallace as well. It was 615 on the left-hand side,
But
Archer Tower.
the other side was 500. I remember it had been brought down to somewhere around 500. So
598-ish, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
yes.
it was a very, very close one. But Eric, I think, still being the winner, I guess has to be Eric. Yes, indeed.
Yep.
Indeed. And even Wallace knows that was a hard-fought battle, especially in that final few seconds, you know, just saving up that fireball. But imagine, had he not had that little chunk of damage, it could have been Wallace's game. But kudos to Eric, man. Peru defeating US. And Wallace, for him, the journey does not end over here. Still gets pushed back to the lower brackets. Could bounce back from there. But what a fantastic display by Eric.
I have just two statements, Fixes. Number one, Wallace needs to stop keeping that one card safe until the very last second.
True that.
That's number one. And number two is, every game which has not been a 2-0 has been a reverse sweep.
I mean, we are theory crafting and they are soon turning out, in fact, they are actually turning out to be real. So I think with all the round 3 matches being done from the upper, in fact, the round 2 matches being done from the upper bracket, we will have the round 3 matches also pretty soon. And But again, you know, this is one game that I'm really, really excited about because India will be taking on Senegal.
Oh, yes.
That is a lovely game that you should not be missing.
And immediately after that, we will have Kazakhstan versus Peru, but everything will happen right after this short break.
You know, I mean, I was talking about the domination before the game started, like how it will be a one-sided affair, but everything going to the tiebreaker timings, triple elixirs, whatnot. I mean, we have seen amazing stuff out here. Hero Magic Archers, Hero Bar Barrels, and everything just coming down to abilities, mindset, skill, and much more. But the games are not done, and we are enjoying the games for sure. So it's time to call upon the next team who's going to come out here and try to dominate. Please welcome Great Britain.
Listen. Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries.
It all comes down to the competition, and you need a competitor. So for that, please welcome Team Kyrgyzstan.
Listen. Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries. Diversity. Pride.
I know you guys are ready, and I would just want to say all the very best to both of you. And yeah, there's that subtle handshake. Now you guys can take your seats as the action begins to unfold. What do you guys think, casters? Will it be a 2-0, a 2-1, another tiebreaker? Well, over to your voices.
One thing is for sure that it's not going to be a 2-0, right? It is definitely going to go down to the final game, and anything could happen in this one.
You know, if, let's just say if the same overall scenario continues, that yeah, somebody's winning the first game, and again the opponent is winning the second one, I believe it's going to be a streak of reverse sweeps again.
It could be. It absolutely could be. And, you know, with how Great Britain has come, this is the first time we're going to see them. Same with Kyrgyzstan. So anything could happen in this one. But Great Britain, we've seen a lot of good players have come in from that region. And since we've got the representatives here, but again, we actually also thought that USA might best Peru. And we all saw what happened. I think that had to be the best game of the evening so far. But the caveat being so far over here, because moving on ahead, I think there's going to be a lot of other banger games in store for us.
Well, we start off first with a lower bracket game.
Yes.
And then we again move back to round 3 of the winner brackets, where India faces Senegal. That is one game where the entire crowd is just lying in a wait. They want to see what happens when India, who just completed a reverse sweep, has to face off against, well, technically as per the scoreline, the best player in the tournament.
Yes, that is going to be exciting because, of course, for us, we are rooting for our boy. But then again, anything could happen. We are going to keep the best for the last upper bracket matches. But that also means that this is a fight for survival, Captain. Whoever gets defeated, their journey ends over here. So that is a little saddening because we've gone to the rough parts, and that is what esports is all about, folks.
Well, you know what? I think Kyrgyzstan definitely has a slight upper edge, considering that they have so many variables to actually showcase. Now, we have seen that, yeah, they couldn't make it through to the winner brackets, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. You have a second chance, but there isn't any third chance, man. You are done here. That means you are done for the day. You're done for the tournament. You are done for the year. Because in a year, there's just one tournament lining up every time. And if this year you get out, you have to wait another year for another edition. And who knows, maybe you don't make it through your own regional qualifiers as well.
Yeah, that is going to be a little bit of a bummer, right? But then again, I mean, hoping that, you know, the circuit for Clash Royale is still very strong for all these players to also participate in other events. But this is one of a kind, right? Especially with so many nations coming together. I think esports being the binding factor over here, huge shout out, I mean, for Global Esports Games, because we've seen it in Singapore, in Riyadh, in LA, and now here. So that's lovely stuff. Mumbai being one of those grounds, and this is so good for us, especially with how the government has shown support and how people have come in and tuned in numbers. But for now, getting back, let's get back to the match at hand because now it's again Great Britain taking on Kyrgyzstan. So, like we've made our pre-match thoughts, but let's talk about the interesting part, the decks. What do you think? Who comes out with what?
I think at this point, you have to have a hero play.
Yeah.
You have to have one hero at least because that hero has been giving so much advantage. Now, we did get to see decks without that hero. Now, none of these decks have been able to successfully win a single game, not even a single round, be it for an entire series. But so far, I think the heroes have definitely done a fantastic job. We have also seen a double hero play, but the double hero play also had to, like, give his utmost best to win the game. But so far, I do believe that we might just get to see again. I actually want to see, I won't say we might get to see, I'd say we want to see another Hog Rider deck coming in because that little nostalgic card that you have, the Hog Rider Smash, if it works out, I think all the, oldies like us would be very happy.
Of course we would, right? Who does not like a good old Hog Rider deck? But then again, I mean, yet to see the Lava Loon come out. I think it might have just gone out of meta over here because players haven't really resorted to it. But then again, I mean, I'm kind of curious to see what happens next because at this point, the match is just about to begin. The players are getting ready and I mean, Captain, like, what else? What other deck that we are yet to see? We haven't even seen the archers.
Nope, we haven't.
The two ladies dropping down. We haven't
Minions.
seen. We haven't seen minions as well. We have seen a lot of those battle spells. We haven't even seen the Hog Rider EQ.
No, we haven't. We haven't. I don't
We've
think
seen
we have
Poison,
seen
though.
the Royal Giant, the Royal Giant Zap. What's that deck called? Like, I just can't recall. The Royal Giant combined with the Lightning, and then you have the Bandit to play with. There was a name for that, I just don't recall. But that was a very strong deck once upon a time. I'm not talking about, the very old days, but maybe a year ago, that was a very strong deck to actually play with, especially in the esports circuit. But nobody has so far gone absolute ham. Yeah, it was a one-sided game for Senegal, but even after that, we just witnessed 2 reverse sweeps. So it was overall 3 games with all 3 games played and just one with a 2-0 streak. But you know what? We'll watch what happens. Great Britain versus Kyrgyzstan, of course. It is you guys watching it for the first time. These 2 teams playing up here on stage for the people who are watching from home. And also, if you are in and around Mumbai, especially in Bandra East, you know what? It's just a 2-minute walk. Just come down to the MMRDA grounds here, and you can witness intense esports action of a very, very nostalgic game. Along with that, you have so many activities to also get yourselves into.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everybody loves that, a little bit of, coming to Mumbai. Just driving, even if you're around Pune, I think even you can actually take that 2-hour-long drive, and it's worth it. It's absolutely, there's a beautiful both setup, but we'll talk about that later because now the game has already begun. So, Daniel, representing Great Britain, up against Elder from Kyrgyzstan, and it's a lower bracket matchup, guys. Again, survival on the line and beginning with the logs, and yeah, a little bit of a fire spirit drop down, but should be enough.
Well, let's find out. There's a lot of spirits in play, along with that archer. Now, you did want to see an archer, but we have got an archer queen, though. Well, that giant skelly will immediately be melted. The bomb is going to drop away from that archer tower. And with that, we definitely... Oh, I thought the Dark Prince had it, but apparently not. The cannon will be more than enough to shut it down. Damage has been found on the slightest of quantities from Elder, but from Great Britain, no value found yet.
Nothing yet, but Elder, so far, he's been holding off. Little bit of a chip coming in from Kyrgyzstan as a hero goblin has been dropped with a response as a... All right, the big man Skelly goes in, and this is a nice setup, right? You've got the hero, wizard, and even the archer queen being deployed. Ooh, that's a nice, lovely setup. He's managed to bring that bomb there, and that is going to be a beautiful explosion. And Daniel, he is going to be pretty happy about this.
Daniel will be super happy about it, Fixes. 582 HP just remaining. The Barbarians, so good timing on the defensive troops there. Otherwise, those two Barbarians would have been more than enough Fixes to shut down that single archer tower on the right. Again, the queen being dropped down. Well, the witch coming in play as well. I do want to see what happens with this witch. Well, it will be shut down. The Dark Prince connecting finally onto the left-hand side. A shift of pressure onto the left now. Elder, he knows he has to defend the right-hand side tower to the best of his skills. Especially when you have the giant skeleton as well as the hero wizard dropped all together on the right. Well, defense is going to be successful. 357 HP still remaining. Another giant skeleton cycled through, along with the Dark Prince, along with the witch this time. And looks like this witch, it will create problems. The bomb dropping very close. Does it do damage? No damage found yet. But so far, I really believe that this is it. I really believe this is it. One more hit and this is over. Eldar will win it. And that is Kyrgyzstan walking away with game number 1. Good stuff coming in from Kyrgyzstan. Playing it really smart. Playing it steadfast. But talking about Great Britain, you know, they need to step up their game. Taking too long to actually drop those cards, make that play, make those combos work, was way too much to deal with. And Kyrgyzstan, having game 1, will be super happy. Well, we do have the next games also lined up after this. Of course, the score lead will remain 1-0. We'll move on to the second one in a matter of seconds, but
Bhaiya, kisi ne
game number 6, it's going to be Senegal versus India, followed by game number 7, Kazakhstan versus Peru. Both of these games are the winner bracket semi-finals. And then game number 8, which is the winner bracket finals. We will find out who takes the first slot of that grand finals, the best of 5 series that is going to happen tomorrow. A big question, a question in the head of the players, a question in the head of everyone at the arena, of everyone watching from all across the globe. Well, talking about the overall meta changes, so much has changed in this game over the years, with the most recent change on that giant skeleton. 1300 damage if he reaches the tower just with that bomb. Just with that drop bomb, and that is huge if you ask me. And of course, the hit speed. It's been increased from 1.4 to 1.3 seconds. Now, for those of you who did not know this before, that is why the giant skeleton is being played so many times. We have witnessed great action today, starting off the day with India versus Indonesia. Indonesia winning game 1, but India pulling off a reverse sweep. Game 2, Senegal versus Benin. Senegal dominating 2-0. Game 3, Tunisia versus Kazakhstan. Again, another reverse sweep, followed by game 4, Peru versus USA. Another reverse sweep. Will this be the 4th reverse sweep of this evening? Great Britain versus Kyrgyzstan. An elimination game, a lower bracket game. Game number 5 with 1-point lead already found.
Yeah, I mean, the kind of a start that Great Britain have had, especially abusing that giant scaly deck. Lovely victory from them. Kyrgyzstan really they'll have to bounce back in this one. And yes, as it looks like, Daniel looks pretty chill. He's got everything sorted. Nothing much to worry about. And just waiting for that game to begin. Game number 2, Kyrgyzstan will have to stage a comeback over here. Because again, gentle reminder folks, it's an elimination match. Whoever loses, the journey ends right here, right now. So the next game has to be a do or die for Kyrgyzstan if they want to survive. Going through the gauntlet, every match is going to be a survivor one for them. A lower bracket run. But even for Great Britain, I really liked how confident they were with the kind of a push that Daniel was initiating, especially constantly abusing the giant skeleton. And it felt like Kyrgyzstan did not have any answer to that.
I honestly didn't expect that the giant skeleton will be cycled over and over again. But it was. The game was won. And right now the players are just waiting for the second game to be started. Is it going to be the second 2-0 or the fourth reverse sweep of the day is the question. Eldar, the representative of Kyrgyzstan, now having a fantastic chance to close this game. And of course, the representative from Great Britain definitely trying to find a mark and still survived this elimination challenge.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one. It's going to be an interesting one at that. But yeah, seems like he's gone through his decks. He's made his choice, makes his players. And on his, it is game number 2 live finally, folks, once again. With Great Britain having that lead and Kyrgyzstan having to stage that comeback.
Well, for now, Daniel, he has that lead and he will want to keep it. Saint Belikin, interesting name in there.
Oh, look at the balloon finally up, the lava loon. My prayers have been answered.
Yeah, your prayers have been answered. Looks like simplicity might just be the key for Daniel to close up this game. Yeah, a lot of damage done. The Lava Hound popped. 28-93. In return, absolutely nothing touched fixes. And it's already been a minute.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of damage coming in from that balloon dropping down. So again, Daniel off to a really great start. And now these little skelly warriors wanting to do any sort of damage, that has been nullified. At this point, again, another Lava Hound being deployed. So, Lava Loon, beat down deck, and there you go. The Archies coming in, but the Barbarians, they come in hordes and should be enough. It's an easy situation to deal with. And now, of course, the towers will do the damage. But this time, however, Daniel has cycled it from the right-hand side. Has the Hunter deployed, the Zap coming into play, and look at this. The balloon connecting, and even the Lava Hound. He does not look phased at all.
And the Lava Pups will do a lot of damage before the final minute begins. 790 HP now remaining. Eldar in deep trouble. Daniel leading at the moment. Baby Dragon will be spawned. Should be able to take care of the defensive part. But on the left, again, that RG has been dropped. I do not understand, Fixes. Why is there no follow-up cards along with that RG?
I think he's trying to wait it out so that he can inflict damage from the right-hand side. Because what does not really make sense is also the fact that he's got that RG, but he knows that Daniel will be having those Barbarians at the go. Even the Mecha Minion being deployed as another set of that Lava Loon really comes into play. The Hunter once again deployed, this time has been pulled down. Can be dealt with, but the Lava Hounds, They do not want to give up. And look at this. What a sweep that was. Having that hero minion just doing the job, switching at the right moment. And that's an amazing, amazing victory for Great Britain. And Daniel knows it. Absolutely elated. Had to work hard for that. But that's a quite convincing victory as Great Britain survives. Whilst for Kyrgyzstan, their journey ends here.
Yep, really unfortunate. Better luck next time, that's all that I can say for Kyrgyzstan. But Great Britain, they came up with a very, very common, a very, very highly played deck.
Yes.
And this deck has been going on for years. The Lava Hound, the Balloon, and of course, heroes have been added on now. The evolutions have come in, but this core has been the same. And finally, Fixes' answers, prayers have been answered in style, that too with a victory.
Yeah, I mean, I was really taken off guard because I did not know that, yeah, Kyrgyzstan had no answers for that. Especially two big questions. We saw that Royal Giant being deployed on the left-hand side, but then suddenly Daniel had a response with those Barbarians. Now, since that happened, I was expecting actually that he's he should be luring out the Barbarians first and then maybe initiate a push
Exactly.
with the RG. But that did not happen. Instead, Daniel was controlling the tempo of the game. He was constantly applying pressure, those big cards being deployed, and there was no answers actually for the Lava Loon deck. It felt like Kyrgyzstan did not come with an answer for that Lava Loon.
You know, I have to say this, but it felt like an air deck against a ground deck. And whenever that happens, we know that the air deck will always have the advantage, especially when you have a Lava Hound and a Balloon in play.
And he had no tower, and he had no defensive structures. Like, he did not have any cannon or anything he would
No
have had.
Tesla,
Yeah.
no
that
follow-ups
really
for that
hurt him.
RG, like I was mentioning. There is no follow-up. Even the Goblin Barrel that was being there, that was there in the deck, it was dropped and immediately countered. So that is where everything that could have gone wrong went wrong for Kyrgyzstan. No worries there, but look, congratulations to Great Britain. They have survived this journey. They have moved on to the next round. But now,
Yes.
one of the most important games in the tournament, it is India versus Senegal. It is an individual who has just completed a reverse sweep versus an individual who has closed off a 2-0. The stakes could not be higher. Whoever wins this goes directly to the winner bracket final. So, you know what? We have to welcome them on stage, and I believe we are ready to welcome them. So, our host, Ocean Sharma, please take it away.
Let the world unite.
Wasn't that a quick one? But I know we really want to see some more action brewing up. And for that, obviously, the next teams, they have seen it all, they have done it all. They have won their previous games. But now for this one, will they be able to continue the domination? That is one question that I asked from them. So please put your hands together for Team Senegal.
Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries, diversity.
And now we saw the first match with a pure domination, and he's back to rule it up again. Please welcome Team India.
Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries.
I know, guys, you have dominated your previous games, but this one, it might just be a tough challenge, so I wish you both all the very best once again. You guys may take your seats. They're definitely ready. They started their days on a really high note, but can they try and end it on a good note as well? That's one question which I'm going to ask to our lovely casters. So over to you guys.
Well, the spirits are definitely higher in the arena because, of course, we have got Anawit back into action. Of course, after that amazing reverse comeback that he staged against Indonesia. But right now, it is going to be a very tough match, especially against Senegal. as Team Senegal did manage to quite convincingly win their game 2-0. So that is going to be interesting, Captain. What do you think? What are your pre-thoughts about this game? Because we've seen the decks from both these players. But what are you expecting new to be coming out?
You know, I am not expecting anything new. What I'm expecting is, what if the Hog Rider deck is again brought back, but this
Okay.
time the mistakes are not made? We
All
know
right.
how powerful the Hog Rider deck is, right?
Yeah.
But previously there were mistakes made from the Indian representative. What if that is brought in, and what if Senegal isn't ready for it?
That could be a tough task because, I think the best example has to be the previous game, that match, right? The Lava Loon deck coming out of nowhere, just catching Kyrgyzstan off guard. So, I mean, that has to be something like a wild card just being safe for the best moment, right? But again, this is a winner's upper bracket matchup. So, even if somebody loses, they have another life. So, that being established, now India, I really want to see if Anuhit goes for a different sort of deck, something that he hasn't come up with. Because Giant Skeleton, I've been loving this
Yeah.
deck especially, has been very tough to deal with. But so far, we've seen a lot of these players actually get in the Magic Archer, the hero version of it, into play. We've seen a lot of that being used today. And we haven't seen a lot of those minions because, of course, they've been quite expensive. But anything could happen in this game.
We haven't seen a single hero P.E.K.K.A yet.
We have seen the big boy P.E.K.K.A.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the mini P.E.K.K.A.
I'm talking about
The
the, hero
hero
P.E.K.K.A.
P.E.K.K.A,
Yeah,
yes.
we haven't seen that, and
That's
I
a
think
very expensive
it
commitment.
is a very expensive one. But if you want to win it, I believe somebody has to actually. I think it will be brought up in such a game where, like, everything is at stake.
And we haven't even seen Royal Guards.
No, we haven't. Yeah.
We haven't seen
true.
it. But what we want to see right now is the brackets, folks. So to have a better idea of where we are at right now. So we've got the winners bracket round 3, the game 1 beginning in front of us. So it's going to be India taking on Senegal. And then the next match, we've got Kazakhstan taking up Peru. So that is a match that really has me excited. And even the low bracket round 2 matches, they will also follow up. So look at this. So USA and Great Britain will go up against each other. So Indonesia will be taking on Portugal. So that's going to be there. And I think we might have the other countries also. So Hungary is also there.
Yeah.
They've got their match. But right now, let's focus on what's at hand. So India and Senegal is the game that we will be commentating on right now. That is going to be broadcasted live, following which we'll have Kazakhstan taking on Peru. And the winner of both these teams, that is also going to be an absolute banger because they would be clashing in the winners bracket round 4.
And that is going to be the last game for the day. So we
wow.
also find out one team who will have that confirmed grand final slot, like going through the upper brackets, of course.
Yes.
But whoever doesn't make it through the upper brackets, they're going to have a hard time. We have USA down there. We have Benin down there. We have Tunisia down there. And we saw how aggressive Tunisia did actually play out.
Yeah.
But along with that, we now also have, I believe the matchup was Great Britain versus USA. So either one of these countries will be going forward. And we know how strong these two teams are. But for now, let's just get back into game number 6 for the day. Senegal versus Team India. Sedina, an absolute fantabulous player who's going to be battling it out versus Anuhit, the Indian representative. Well, starting it off really strong. Anuhit again tries to go up forward. Does some chip damage. 2600 HP still remaining. But look at that, both lanes again getting pressurized. If Anuhit has not analyzed Sedina's game, he's going to be in big trouble fixes.
Yeah, he certainly will be. Because at this point, Anuhit has started off, slightly defensively. But this time he gets that hit on the tower. So, yeah, aggression also being there. He's got his defensive setups up. Balloon in the air and the tornado to deal with it. I'm starting to wonder if this is actually a good investment because elixirs have been traded evenly. Now the zappies have come out and now we've got the hero, magician, archer in play. So from the right hand side, should have no issues dealing with the zappies. But the skeleton. A very cheap investment should deal with that push from the left side. Not yet.
Yeah, I believe the left-hand side tower is in no danger at the moment. But the right-hand side tower, it's a very, very heavy push coming in. The bomb tower will be invested just to bait out a lot of that push from either sides. And it works like a charm. The hero archer, again that dual hero combo will be played. Hero archer plus hero barbarian. Let's find out how much more damage can Anuhit do. 982 HP just remaining. Will Anuhit walk away with the first round victory already against a man who 2-0'd his opponent in round 2? We'll find out. But looks like a full push is coming through. It is a minute, 40 seconds to go, Fixes. Let's find out what happens.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Defensive again. Bomb tower being deployed as once again Anuhit wants to go for the push from the right hand side with a clean wipe. 26 seconds to go. Not a lot of XP remaining on Sedina. The minor goblin being deployed. The rascals have come in as a count. But look at that arrow touching the really will not be favoring it. Going ahead right now as the archer, magical archer, has been doing so much heavy lifting for Anuhit. And I've been loving how he's been putting it to good use. But now look at that. That goblin minor just sealing the deal, and a beautiful victory coming in for Team India.
And there was a maximum of just 200 damage done on any of the towers in Anuhit's favor. I mean, that's just crazy. You pull up a reverse sweep, you come into the next game, and you do not even let your opponent take down even half HP of your towers. I'd say maximum HP that was taken down was, I believe, 7 to 8%. That's just crazy. But now Senegal, intention, a lot at stake here. Anuhit definitely happy, but you can see the pressure is still there. This is a very important game. Whoever wins this, they move on to the winner bracket finals.
Yeah, and I think Anuhit looks locked and loaded, completely locked in, and he was looking quite confident with the setup he went with, the cards that he had, especially for the defense. He had the bomb tower, and even for the offense, the way he was dealing that explosive amount of damage with the goblins that he had, the minor goblins that he had. And I think he was quite prepared. Sedina, this time, I think he has to have a look at his deck once again. Maybe rethink his strategy. He has to, pull out something special over there. But for Anuhit, I think he knows he's got his work cut out. He's feeling quite confident. I mean, considering how he had those jitters earlier on against Indonesia, the first game after he lost, I think he's bounced back and he's not looked back ever since.
Yeah, true. No doubt about it. Anuhit, he's just showcasing what he's got. And, I really believe, I don't know, I'm guessing maybe at this point, but Anuhit, he did not play his full hand. He kept a little bit of something reserved,
of course,
which he's slowly releasing and letting others know what he has to do. Anuhit, of course, has the support of the entire home crowd. Now, this time, the Global Esports Games happening in Mumbai, India. The entire country is standing beside him, cheering for him, and that gives you a huge morale boost.
Absolutely it does. And for Anuhit, of course, we both unanimously have been supporting Team India for all the right reasons. But yes, also being one of those, home countries over here. So for that, Anuhit does have that little bit of a buff, right? But then again, moving ahead, at this point, Team Senegal is something that you cannot underestimate because we have seen what can happen. So at this point, it's too early to celebrate. It's about game number 2. I'm pretty sure Anuhit, the way his body language is, he's exuding confidence. He knows exactly what sort of a deck he has to come up with to trick his opponent. Are you imagining a little bit of a stable deck or something, out of the blue, something to catch Sedina off guard?
There has to be an X factor, right? But talking about Anuhit's composure, Anuhit's confidence, the thin line that you have between confidence and overconfidence is clearly visible here. Anuhit being absolutely confident here. He knows that he's just won one game. He himself has just closed a reverse sweep. So there is a possibility that Senegal does the same. So he's being calm, he's being calculative, and in the end, we will find out at the end of this game if Anuhit will be a victim of what he just did a couple of hours ago. Well, talking about the other games, after this we will have the second game of the winner bracket, round 3, Kazakhstan versus Peru, followed by the winners of game 6 and 7. Still waiting to find out what's going to happen in this game. Seconds away now. We are from the second one. What if this is a 2-0? Fixes. What are the possibilities this is a 2-0? Well, looks like we'll find out.
We certainly will. And both these players right now, all right, not revealing anything. Little Skelly's going out. And a Goblin barrel. In fact, a Barbarian barrel, the hero edition of that being put out. A Dark Prince for the counter. A defensive miner comes in from Unlet's side. And this is constant poke going on. The Berserker being brought out should chop him into nice little pieces there to get the job done. But the poison, all right, that looks very well set up. But the Royal Hawk coming in from Sedina, and there you go. The Big Daddy Knight takes the job. And now Anuit really needs to follow up.
Well, Sedina has realized that he has to maintain pressure. He has to
Oh,
put pressure
no.
from the start, but a perfect timing. A good bait coming in with that Dark Prince.
But the miner doing
The
damage.
Mega Knight, the bandit locks on. The miner was also locked on onto the tower. A lot of damage getting done, but successfully defended. And like I was saying, Sedina trying to apply pressure from the start of the game. Well, a bait being played out again.
Ooh.
There's a barrel roll. There's a connection.
Oh, that's single shot.
A good defense coming in.
But look at it.
Yeah.
He's gotten quite some damage there. 2 hits. And suddenly, Sedina slightly has the advantage. I think that should... I think this wizard should easily deal with the the hut. The Goblin hut over there. But the Royal Hogs being deployed. And a defensive Goblin hut set up.
Still one card to be shown, Sedina. Keeping us all wondering what that is. Miner will be sent up forward.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
That's a beautiful one. But immediately the Mega Knight gets dropped on top of it. The Dark Prince will be taken down. The Dark Prince will lock on. To whom is the bigger question as he gets hammered down from troops all around. And finally, the play comes in. The wizard, the hero wizard, will take him down. This is a combo we haven't seen this afternoon. The hero wizard added on with that hero barbarian. 37 seconds left, 35 now. And that last card has still not been revealed, Fixes.
Yeah, and it has come down to the wire. So far, it's sure that we're going into the overtime as this hero wizard, he's been dealing a hefty amount of damage. A miner to follow up, just trying to chip in through. The knight somehow needs to get locked on, but seems like that won't be the case this time. Another poison being deployed. Will deal with the wizard though, but the Royal Hawks. All right, another defensive hut being positioned. And at this point, I think the Royal Hawks, before they even could think of doing that, the Ego Mega Knight drops in. The Berserker coming into play. The hero action being forced out. And yeah, that's going to be the end of it.
Look at the HP, Fixes. It's like similar from both the sides. Finally, again, a defensive setup, a defensive hut being dropped down. But this time the Mega Knight will clean it up. The Mega Knight won't have any HP to get back into another fight. However, the initial push will defend, will be tackled by a lot of extent. The hero Mega Knight will again be, the Mega Knight will again be dropped with that evolution. But let's see, it connects directly onto the tower. 948, 631, the tower is going down as India will get round 2. And that is a clean sweep from the man who started with a reverse sweep indeed.
Amazing stuff coming in from Anuit as Team India soaring high once again as Senegal this time being pushed down to the lower brackets. Quite a convincing victory for Anuit, if you ask me. There was not a moment of doubt throughout this entire game. He was so much in control, especially how he was dealing with every single push, every single card that Sedina had to offer. Anuit might have had a little bit of a slow start in the first game today, but now he feels locked and loaded. Now is the time where he would be wanting to get the finals also over with. I want to win it all. I am in the zone right now. But yes, Team India the coach, the player himself, Anuit, take a bow, young man. They've gotten their victory, and yes, that was something that we did not expect because this was honestly, Captain, a winners bracket round. It was into the further stages. I thought that it is going to go to the final game, but Anuhit, he had other plans apparently.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you know, we have mentioned it over and over again that the timing of every card being played matters
Yeah.
so much. There was one mistake made by Senegal, and that Mega Knight instantly locked onto that Archer Tower. And yes, India, they have made it through to the winner bracket finals. Anuhit, representing Team India, are just one best of 3 series away from becoming the first grand finalist of Clash Royale at the Global Esports Games. And this feeling is absolute bizarre.
I mean, just thinking that he's one step away. Let's not jinx it. We've got this caster's curse. I'm
Calm
not
down.
going to further elaborate on it or get in a little bit deeper. But then again, let's talk about what happened in the match. I really loved how he was constantly going in for that chip damage, how he was baiting all the troops on the central side whilst he had the miner just constantly chucking on the tower, and then the Mega Knight. That lock-in, that the moment that happened, right? I think it was sealed. Even Sedina knew that this is settled, this is done and dusted. So a very, very convincing victory once again for Anuhit. But again, one more match lies ahead of us. Again, another winner bracket matchup. That would be lovely.
Listen. Let the world unite.
I mean, we have seen those tiebreakers. We have seen a couple of overtimes. We have seen 2-1s and 2-0 domination coming up by Team India. It just showcases that they are ready for whatever can actually come their way. And we'll have to see which is going to be their next opponent with the next match coming up forward. Whosoever wins this one faces Team India. Well, which one is it going to be? That's the question that will be answered right now. But for that, first of all, please welcome Team Kazakhstan.
Listen. Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries.
All right. Well, there is a big challenge which Team Kazakhstan is going to face. And will they succeed in that? That's the question. But for that, please welcome Team Peru.
Listen. Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games.
You guys both are ready, and I will wish you both all the very best for the competition that's coming up in front of you. You may take your seats, and with that, the next one, whosoever wins this, they are going to be facing Team India. So I hope you both guys are ready. So yeah, you can just go and take your seats. All right. This is going to be a tough competition. India has given its answer as a 2-0 against their opponents. Will someone be able to do another 2-0 to face the next challenge? We'll have to see that. But for that, over to the casters right now.
You know what, Ocean, that is for a discussion slightly later. Because right now, we are focused on the match at hand, Kazakhstan against Peru. Now, the storyline building up to this, Captain, has been very exciting because, you know, for a moment we thought that Tunisia did have this in the bag, the way they began and how Kazakhstan really bounced back. And even with the mighty Peru going up against US, we felt for a moment that maybe it's an easy win for Wallace, but no, Eric had different plans in mind. So, again, this is one of those games I really feel, Captain, that anything could happen, anybody could win.
You know, I'd like to say that Peru is one of the dark horses of this tournament, right? Peru, they have not been that dominant like USA have been, like Senegal have been. But so far, I really believe that Peru, being the dark horses, they might just shut down Kazakhstan right here, right now. And, you know, just face off India in the next one, which is going to be the follow-up game after this one. So I want to find out what kind of changes we are looking at. I want to find out if there's going to be any major deck changes. Now, we just saw before this India versus Senegal, the second game that was played, a double hero combo, which we didn't see so far this evening,
Yes.
this afternoon. That was the Wizard along with the Barbarian.
Correct.
It did not work out. Previously, before that, we did get to see the Archer along with the Barbarian. That did not work out. The double hero hasn't ever won this afternoon. Does anybody from these two teams up on stage risk that double hero play again, or do they stick with the obvious single hero or no hero strat?
See, then again, we need to understand these are the winner brackets going on. You
Yep.
still have another lifeline. If you mess up it, you would not want to go down that road because then the pressure just surmounts and it becomes so difficult for a team. Again, coming back to the conversation, I do not think or I do not recommend right now until you've practiced a lot with a double hero composition that you go on with that deck. But regardless, I think stick with what has been working out, stick with what the meta has been, because with the recent patch update, there has been a lot of changes after the World Championships. But again, coming back over here, it's more about the storyline that I'm really focused at, putting aside the decks that these both players might go up with. Because, you know, these are the two players that we thought might actually lose their games. But then they came back with a bang. They won both of their matches, and they've surprised everybody in the room, especially with Peru. You know, Peru against USA, the first thought, Captain, is always that, yes, USA might be the stronger team, but Peru, they had such a nice answer. That match still goes down to be the most interesting matchup of what happened in that very last second, right?
And you know what? I think it's time that we name both these teams as the dark horses of the tournament, because both these teams, they were technically outmatched if you look at the history of the tournament. So, whoever wins this, they will have a huge upper hand. But
Yeah.
whoever loses it, they got to face either USA or Great Britain. They have to face Senegal. I mean, look at the stack of teams who are right now in the lower brackets. And I highly doubt anybody expected that these powerful teams will have to survive the lower bracket run.
Yeah, that is going to be quite tough and nasty, especially the lower brackets, right? I mean, the last thing I would want to do is cover those matches, because then you know that somebody is going home, and yeah, that kind of hurts, but that's the part of the game. But then again, I mean, like you said, right, Great Britain and USA, that is going to be an absolute banger of a game. Imagine two great teams, and you know, Daniel was also playing really good. He was just slightly unlucky over there, but everything set aside, focusing on this match itself. Now, if you actually have to choose a winner over here, are you thinking it's Team Peru or Kazakh in this game?
You know, statistically speaking, it should be Peru because of what they have just done, taking down the Super Giants USA. But again, if you talk about overall strategy and then calculated moves, then I would love to go with Kazakhstan, because Kazakhstan, they were almost shut down. Like you mentioned, right? Tunisia, they were dominating.
Yeah.
So Kazakhstan, they were almost shut down. And coming back from a game that was almost lost, that is insane. So I think I would stick with Kazakhstan.
You're going with Kazakhstan, but I still have a feeling that Peru might have this in the bag. Because, of course, the last game I went with Kazakhstan. I still, you know, love them. But then again, let's find out as the game has begun. So Miraz representing Kazakhstan, whilst Eric representing Peru on the blue side. And he is going to begin with a Giant Skelly, a response of a Goblin Heart by Miraz. We know that Miraz loves to play tactical, he loves to play slow. He's trying to force out any mistakes. And look at that beautiful positioning, stopping the Giant Skelly at its tracks and following it up with a Wizard. Quite smart move, but look at this poison. Also being quite effective, should actually deal with the Wizard nonetheless.
The battle ram again in play now. This is something that I really love to watch. The battle ram
Ooh,
going
a hit.
straight in. Yeah, big hit coming in. 1900 HP now remaining out of the 3052. So that's already 33% of that left-hand side tower gone. And if you consider the right-hand side, I would say that's another 20 to 25% gone. On the exchange, though, there has been a drop of approximately 150 HP, which is not going to be enough. The Free Spirit will do a little bit of damage control, although it's not going to be enough. Again, a follow-up will be dropped in very, very quickly. I wonder what is going to be the next move, because it has to be a defensive play.
Yeah.
The Giant Skelly, as the decoy, will bait out all of the fire spirits that are getting dropped down. And a perfectly placed poison yet again, along with the Wizard, Hero Wizard. The damage being done, however, the Skelly could not reach the tower.
Yeah, that is going to be slightly unfortunate, but look at this, a battle ram being deployed from the left-hand side. So Eric is providing constant pressure on both the fronts and should be enough to deal with the Goblin Heart and a little bit of chip damage again, courtesy to those arrows at place. But you've got the Evo Valkyrie and it should be enough to deal with this Giant Skelly. Yeah, she packs a lot of damage there, constantly pulling through, but the Graveyard also being deployed by Miko. I mean, Mirasi has been saving up for that. Somehow did survive this onslaught. Eric went with the Lumberjack, but the Furnace fought too low. And let's see what happens next.
We will definitely find out what happens next. Now the Mother Witch being brought in, no doubt about it, a legendary troop. But now the last 2 minutes, the overtime begins. 55 seconds to that triple elixir, and look at the dunk on the right hand side. The Dark Prince followed up by that giant skeleton. That bomb should be able to take down that Goblin Hut, and it does. However, in return, a push will come through. That wizard has to do a lot of work. Well, the giant skelly will actually assist him. And this time, I do not think there will be any mistakes made. Ample amount of damage has been done. However, that Valkyrie really, really well placed.
Yeah, changing the game absolutely over there. We have to see how does Eric respond back defensively with the poison of his own and Royal Hawk to follow it up. But the Furnace should be enough, easily countered. And the Royal Hawks, that's all she wrote for them. But then again, Eric is constantly being poking from both the sides. A Lumberjack to follow up, and can the Dark Prince stay alive? That's the question. But the Valkyrie has been brought down pretty low. So the Giant Skelly is trying to apply pressure from the right, but look at this. This was anticipated, but a nice response coming out from Miraz, especially dropping down that hero Barbarian barrel. And now a push again from the left-hand side is imminent. And they need to deal with this Valkyrie ASAP. But a battle ram to follow up, a chip damage on the Goblin Hut. Let's see what happens next.
Beautiful follow-up on that Goblin Hut as well. Cycle through and push forward. Will shut down the push from that battle ram. The Prince locking on now, moving on forward. Will shut down that one little Goblin Tower. But the skeleton has been so well countered. The Graveyard completely countered every time by that poison. The right inside now being pushed through. Royal Hawks moving on forward. The HP not enough for Miraz. He might just lose the game, and he will. 1,051 remaining. No time left, and this is gonna be Kyrgyzstan walking away with game number 1.
I mean, the boys, Eric, he's been fantastic. Fantastic. Peru being so good in that situation. Lovely, lovely stuff. And, you know, Captain, at this point, again, pressure on Miraz. Once again, Kazakhstan really need to sweat this one out. They'll have to rethink their strategy because Peru, they look quite solid. Eric, with the way he was making those moves, I feel like, you know, Miraz kind of went back to his shell. He wanted to be quite defensive before he could have his offense, but it was all about Eric controlling the tempo. And I think deservedly so, considering after a victory from USA, he's got his morals really high. And there did not seem a moment where it felt like, yes, Miraz was actually making a comeback into the game. It was just Eric through and throughout.
You know, I still believe that there could have been a better card replacing the Graveyard overall, because it did not find any value whatsoever. Every time he dropped the Graveyard, there was a poison in return, or there was some other troop completely covering it up. Yeah, a Mother Witch there. So there was no value found with that Graveyard. There was a little bit of lesser read, I believe, but no worries. He still has one more game to go. Unless he loses this one, then he's again in deep trouble.
But this game had so many layers, especially in how beautifully Eric was actually playing, right? Constantly keeping his opponent in check to put him into confusion that what he's really trying to do over there. We saw him pressuring through the right-hand side. Then the moment he's setting up his defensive troops on the right, he has one battle ram at the ready on the left-hand side. So that is one thing that I've been loving what Eric has been doing. Is bringing in so much creativity and so much control, because one wrong move and you're cooked in that situation. So Eric has everything calculated right till the T. So at this point, you know, Eric's been looking solid, has been looking promising, but let us not forget the script that we have followed with Miraz, especially how he began his journey today with a loss, and then he bounced back instantly. We know he's got that within him, and I have high hopes from Miraz that Kazakhstan, they're gonna bounce back in this one. Game number 2, yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Even I have hopes from Kazakhstan. I mean, I did pick them for winning this game. So let's see, but Peru, talking about them, now in the deficit, a little bit in trouble. They have taken down the super giants USA. Let's find out if they can do it again against Kazakhstan. India lying in a wait in the upper bracket finals, in the winner bracket finals, to find out which one of these teams Anuit has to face, which one of these players Anuit has to face to make it through as the first grand finalist of Clash Royale at the Global Esports Games.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm starting to get a little worried because, again, we know how good Eric has been, right? And if he goes on to win, we know he's going to face Anuhit next. And this could be one of the potential grand finalist matchup as well, because you're heading into the upper bracket finals, and that is going to be an interesting showdown for sure. But again, it's too early to say anything, because one thing that we know about Miraz is that he is a true fighter. He knows how to make a comeback. He did that against Tunisia. Even being 1-0 down, we knew that he held on to his composure, held on to his cool, and then he staged it. So this time, however, it's all about who controls the game's flow, right? It's all about who's trying to dictate the tempo, who's being more proactive than being reactive. Miraz, I think, might go for a little bit of an aggressive deck. He might go a little explosive in this one.
Let's find out if he does go aggressive. And if he does, he better put it to good use. 2 more games possibly before we find out, well, 3 more games at least before we find out our first grand finalists. Kazakhstan versus Peru. Kazakhstan having the lead 1-0 in a best-of-3 series. Taking his time is the representative of Peru, making all the calculations pre-hand to ensure that there is a chance for that reverse sweep. But first, game number 2 has to be won. Looks like they're ready for the challenge, and we will jump into it in a matter of seconds now.
Oh, we certainly will be. And Eric, yeah, a little bit of a thumbs up over there. Good luck to Miraz is what he says, and he's at the ready. He's all stoked up, excited, because he has been having a fantastic evening so far with the way how he's played so far, defeating the mighty United States, and now almost on the verge of taking down Kazakhstan. And for Peru, that's a moment of glory, and they're on the precipice of almost beating Kazakhstan and facing India for the upper bracket finals. That would be a show to behold. But for now, just waiting. Maybe slight delays from Miraz's side as he's still trying to get his deck figured out, because this has to be it, right? He cannot mess up from here, because if Miraz loses this game, he is going to be pushed down to the lower bracket, folks. It is finally time that we once again head into the arena to find out whether it would be Peru or will it be Kazakhstan staging a comeback. As Eric, this time, they're not delaying any time at all. But Miraz this time was well prepared, had the fireball for the foreigners, and another lock committed. All right, 6 for 7, small victory for Eric.
It's a log bait. It's simply a log bait. I want to see what the...
Oh, the mortar coming out.
Yep, finally the mortar plays in. First time we've seen this card being played.
And the minions also.
Immediately getting destroyed. The minions will move on forward. Should be easily defended. There it is. Well, chip damage found onto the left side tower of Miraz. On the other side, Eric, he's lost almost 500 plus HP onto his right-hand side tower. The right being pressurized. The cart cannon being pushed forward. This cart cannon is again a card which has not been played the entire afternoon fixes.
Yeah.
So this is a change of pace coming in from Mirage. I want to see what results can he pull up through.
Oh, look at this. Ram Rider being deployed. The Hero Goblins into the play. The Furnace, ooh, not having the spirits at the right time. The Rascals will definitely tank up the damage as the Mortar can actually get locked in. And no, misses. And the Goblin should make a quick work of it. And the minions from Miras's side. So far, Miras, he's been quite calculative. And Eric, he is starting to feel the heat right now. Another Furnace being deployed. And there you go. Heavy, heavy chunk of damage. This is what Miras needed. And this is what we were talking about. Miras never gives up. He always makes a comeback.
Yep, and he's almost through with it, but double elixir. Now Eric will have a slight advantage considering he has very high elixir cards. The Mega Knight being deployed. Evolution almost ready. But the cannon card is going to be a big challenge to deal with. The minions being followed up as well. Well, instantly destroyed. Mortar will do absolutely nothing as the Mega Knight locks on and jumps on top of it. However, the Mega Knight will all be shut down immediately. So will the Ram Rider. There's no value found with the two highest DPS cards by Eric.
Look at this. This is quite alarming. Oh, he had the zap at the ready. Electric strike. That's lovely. But now, I'm pretty sure this Mega Knight will be easily gobbled up by those tiny little minions there. And now, against the cart cannon, almost could not have it stopped over there. But finally, the Furnace will get the job done. But still, you know, Eric, he's not giving up. And now, he's got to deal with these little skellies. And seems like he's dealt with them enough. But what lies next? Because Miras, he's going to play defensive. He's done the damage. And all he's got to do is keep Eric at bay.
Exactly, Eric has to be just trying and trying and trying. And if Eric finds a mark, it's well and good. 1 minute, 23 seconds to go. At this rate, at the current momentum that we are following, Miras will have game number 2. And we will be moving on to a decider. Looks like the Ram Rider will be going on forward. There's a cramp. The lock perfectly timed and perfectly played with.
Yes. This time Miras looks much in control of this game. Fireballs from both the sides. Miras, he does know that all he's got to do is just keep on cycling to the next fireball. 48 seconds at the go, but Eric, this could be a big push, especially with the Evo Mega Knight being thwarted off, the Rascals being dealt with. Now even the Skelly Balloon should have no difficulty considering the Furnace is well set up. But another Fire Knight, this time, in fact the Fireball, this time a defensive one at that. And the cannon also will go falling down, but the Ram Rider, can it connect? The answer will be no as Miras. He responds with a Mortal, now instantly taken down.
18 seconds to go. No matter what he does, no matter what he does,
knows it's
Eric,
over.
yeah, he knows it's gone. He knows it's over. As Miras will equalize the score. 1-1. As both the teams are now tied up in this series. One more round till we find out which team will be moving on to face off India in the upper bracket finals.
That would be very interesting to see, and it's going all according to the script. It's my told you captain moment, because we kind of knew that Miras had it in him to make that comeback. And again, it's kind of the repeat of what happened when Kazakhstan faced Tunisia, right? Miras just does not give up. A true warrior. He's got that blood in him. And now he is on the verge of pulling another one of those reverse comebacks.
Well, we'll just have to wait a couple of minutes to get the next game on our screens. Everybody out here is trying to anticipate what the results will be. Kazakhstan building up a beautiful comeback streak in the first game, whereas Peru having probably the best storylines in this tournament so far. Peru, they have managed to secure the equalizer, but which team will it be out of Peru and Kazakhstan that will finally close off game number 7 for today? Now, whichever team wins, Fixes, I believe this is also very important to mention that whichever team wins, they're going to have to play against India immediately. No time for preparation, nothing.
Ooh, that's an interesting point that you brought up, but I think we'll give a little bit of a leeway. We're still going to give 5 minutes for whoever the winner is. And of course, you know, to get his heads reset up, because Anuit, he's got that advantage otherwise. He's going to prep. And I'm pretty sure Anuit knows exactly what deck he's got to bring in. But again, you know, that is up for a different day, because right now we need to focus on what deck will Miraz come in with. Because we have seen in these situations, Miraz has always prevailed supreme. He knows how to handle pressure. But even for Eric, cannot rule him out, because against Wallace, that was one heck of a matchup. So both these players have made their individual comebacks. It literally went down to the last second of the overtime when he went up against Wallace. So for Eric, he knew that this time he's got to come up with a deck that Miraz has no answer to. Miraz, so far, I think he's succeeded in decks where he likes to play defensive, more in control, captain. So let's see what deck does Miraz come up with, and how will Eric answer him back?
Well, Eric has to, like, Eric will be the first player who stops a reverse sweep. Throughout the course of this afternoon, there has been no one who has been able to stop a reverse sweep. So let's see if Eric can actually do that, or will his opponent simply again confirm another reverse sweep. Well, we'll see. But talking about whatever has happened throughout the course of the day since we started game 1, India versus Indonesia. India wins 2-1 with a reverse sweep. Game 2, Benin versus Senegal, a 2-0 domination by Senegal. Game 3, Tunisia versus Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan pulls off a reverse sweep, currently competing against Peru, who took down USA in another reverse sweep. Then it was Great Britain versus Kyrgyzstan, where we witnessed the first elimination. Kyrgyzstan were taken down 2-0 by Great Britain, but this is the decider of this particular series. Winner bracket semi-finals. Number 2, game number 3. Goblins being split up into both the lanes. Skeletons being split up into both the lanes. Pressure applied equally on both sides. Royal Archer King dropped out on both the sides. Hero Archer King dropped out on both the sides. Damage will be dealt on the opponent tower, but not enough. 2971 on both the towers. But the Royal Hawks will be pushed up forward. Should be able to deal with this Goblin Hunt.
Yeah, I think that's a nice defensive setup again from Eric. But so far, the card of the evening have been the hero Magic Archers, right? Undoubtedly. The Dark Prince coming in, and suddenly Miraz wants to play aggressive this time. Instantly switching gears, captain. And Eric, he's ready for it. In fact, he locks in one shot. So that is something that Eric did really well, and he must be happy about it. Slowly trying to chip away, as Eric this time just conserving his elixir. At the moment, the Barbarian, in fact, the Berserker just chopping down pieces of Dark Prince, but will not get enough damage. And this actually could be a nice push coming in from Miraz.
Well, the Dark Prince will be taken down. But that Archer, that Hero Archer,
Locked.
absolute lock, and 1965 HP just remaining. That's just 60%. A beautiful drop. The Tesla will be taken down, and a counter push can now be played by Miraz.
Yeah, Miraz, he's got that smirk on. He knew that there was a nice outplay coming, and Eric kind of did run out of options there. And at this point, all right, the Evo Royal Hawks coming in, the hero, Magic Archer, but that lightning strike committed by Miraz. Lovely, lovely stuff coming here. As Eric, he wants to chip through, has this tiny little Skelly, is almost getting a hit. But now, we'll follow up with an E-Spirit and the Dark Prince just galloping through from the backlines. All right, both the E-Spirits just get trading each other off. As the Berserker this time still wanting to chop through, but the Tesla is going to get the damage done, and another lightning this time has been forced out by Eric.
Yeah, beautiful stuff done. But with that being said, I want to see what is the final move before the overtime begins. Looks like the Dark Prince being played out. Pushed up forward, the Goblin Hut, spawning 2 goblins, which should be enough to stop the Dark Prince, and it is. But the Royal Hawks, as the follow-up, will lock onto that Tesla, immediately getting taken down. And the Royal Hawks move on forward, doing lots of damage. 1751. A counter-attack in the play. The Royal Hawks currently being stopped and not able to do too much, but still look at the HP on Eric's left-hand side tower. 1016 remaining. Eric, he might just be in trouble.
Yeah, indeed, he must be. And this is what we've been talking about, Miraz, right? He's in his element. He's him right now. We've seen him in this similar situation, even in his first game. And he did prevail supreme. A warrior by all rights. And now, this Berserker does not seem to have enough damage. I mean, at this point, Eric pretty much not pleased with the card and the value it has given so far. But it's all about how well Miraz has cycled his deck, he's got his archer up, and the amount of damage is being dishing out. The Evo Tesla Tower being deployed to see through those Royal Hawks, as this time Miraz goes in with an attack of his own. Again, the Berserkers, the Barbarian Barrels, everything deployed. And look at this, after 30 seconds, if Eric does not conjure any magic, I think it is coming home for Miraz.
Well, a good hit coming in onto the right-hand side tower, 1036 damage done. But look at that, the lightning spell perfectly placed on. And that is Miraz equalizing the score.
Absolutely, not just equalizing, but taking it home. Lovely, lovely stuff coming in as Team Kazakhstan have become the winners and will be moving on to face Team India in the upper brackets. That is lovely. What a reverse comeback once again from Miraz. And hey, I'll be very, very honest, Captain. I'm not surprised at all. We have seen Miraz doing this in the past. He's done this once again.
Miraz, beautiful job done. Let's see what he has got against the support of the home crowd. Team India, represented by Anuhit, is well and ready. Miraz will get a little bit of time to prepare before the upper bracket finals begin. The game where the first grand finalist is found will be played right after this very few minutes. But,
Yeah.
fix this, I think before we move on to that, before we move on to the next game, I think the next game probably could be a complete opposite in terms of styles being played by the players.
I think this time it's going to be a very tough battle for Anuhit, if you ask me, because Miraz comes in with that idea that, you know what, I'm harmless. I kind of take that fall in the first game. But now at this point, I'm starting to feel like if it's all a ruse for him, because every single time he loses that first game, the second game he bounces back and he's too much in control of the game. And imagine, he bested out Eric, the one who took down Wallace from USA. So,
Yep.
I mean, it was a very tough matchup. And still, towards the point when it came down, he was just starting to spam emotes a little bit. You know, he was having fun. He was in control of the final 2 games. And lovely, lovely stuff from Miraz. You know, had it not been Anuhit, Miraz would have been already my favorite player.
But now, Peru has to go back and possibly face off USA again.
I mean, that's something that I think Eric can live with. considering, you've already defeated Wallace, but Daniel is again a very tough opponent. And, he just recently had a very convincing victory. So then again, you cannot say, I mean, Daniel at this point could also beat Wallace, and that would be a very interesting matchup. But that is for a different time. But right now, folks, we're going to be cutting short for a short little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere.
Check. Done. Okay, so we have seen so many amazing, amazing games for the day. But now it's time for that one game that will decide who ends the day on a higher note. We saw some teams dominate, we saw some games go to the tiebreakers, and we saw some decent 2-1 endings. But now it's time to start the final game of the day. And for that, please welcome Team Kazakhstan.
Listen. Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games begin.
No boundaries, diversity, pride.
And now, for the final game of the day, the final team that walks in, will they be able to take Kazakhstan down, or will Kazakhstan fight back for the win? We'll have to see and understand. Please welcome Team India.
Listen. Let the world unite. The MVP is mine. Let the games.
A decent clash of these titans. We'll have to see and understand what happens. 2-0, 2-1, maybe tiebreakers. Well, time will tell, but for now, all the very best. All the very best to you as well. I would request you to take your seats and yeah, let this one begin. I'm really excited to see what challenges might the other one face, but for that, we have our amazing storytellers. Over to our amazing casters.
A little cold handshake at that before this epic upper bracket finale begins. That decides who heads in directly to the grand finals, folks. That is going to be one hell of a showdown. Team India taking on Team Kazakhstan. And we know Anuhit, he's got that time to prepare, but Miraz, he's forged, he's got that fortitude in him that now he can just go on and also win it. It could be anybody's game.
True, no doubt about it. Talking about Miraz. True, no doubt about it. Talking about Miraz, he has been having the momentum for a long stretch of time. But talking about Team India, I think Anuhit, the way he started, first with a reverse sweep, then shutting down Senegal in a 2-0, he too has that fire already raging in him. I want to see if that fire that raging in him actually gets him to close another game with a 2-0. Now, if you see it in, like, you know, how I'm picturing it, Miraz, he's never won the first game, ever.
Yeah.
But he's always completed the reverse sweep. On the other side, if you talk about Anuhit, he's won a reverse sweep, as well as he's won a 2-0 clean sweep. So there's high possibilities. This, again, is one of the closest matchups in this tournament. But whoever wins this, there is a possibility, again, that the other team make it through the lower brackets, take anybody who comes down to the lower bracket finals, and again meet up in the grand finals.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, when you've got the upper bracket finals going on, that is what is in the cards, right? You win, you get an advantage over here. But if you lose, you still have the leeway, right? You'll be still waiting in the lower bracket finals. A quick look at the bracket once again. There you have it. So winner bracket round 4, or you can call it the winner bracket finals as well. The winner gets a golden ticket directly into the grand finale, and whoever gets defeated will head on through the gauntlet once again, and it's going to be such a long road. As you can see, few matches have already been completed. US did manage to beat Great Britain 4-2-0, and then we have Tunisia also beating Cuba there. So US and Tunisia will be locking horns, whilst in the round 3 of the lower brackets, we will have Portugal and Hungary taking on each other. And now, as we head on, so now India and Kazakhstan is what I'm mostly interested in, because now let's talk about both these players and how their decks have been shaped up so far. They have always come in with different set of decks, and Anuhit, this time, the second time he come out to play against Senegal, he looked quite confident. He was quite explosive. He was starting to take control over the games. But that is exactly the kryptonite you find in Miraz. He's the one guy that might not seem quite proactive at first, but as the game keeps on going, Captain, we have seen He's got a nice response. He starts off with a beautiful defense and then he switches to offense and slowly chips you down to death. So at this point, this is a matchup made in heaven right now. I really want to see who gets to be the winner.
Talking about calling the tempo of the game. There have been so many players who play aggressively and control the tempo of the game, right? But Miraz has been one of those who plays defensively, and at the end, he goes all in. He knows exactly when to attack. He knows exactly when to find that loophole. And
Correct.
surprisingly, he's been damn good enough to find the loophole in every game that he's played so far.
Yeah.
Now, this is where I believe Anuhit will have the hardest challenge, because we've seen Anuhit's games. He has played a very consistent game, but any kind of a little mistake, it has cost him maybe a couple of seconds, maybe a little bit of something that he was not prepared for, going for a defensive approach when he's already playing an aggressive game. That is somewhere Anuhit has to really work on. So I believe Anuhit, if he focuses a little bit more, he can take down Miraz. But Miraz on the other side, like you said, a tactical genius and a nightmare for anybody who thinks they control the game.
Absolutely. And then again, you have got two sides also, two perspectives. Whilst Anuhit did have enough time to prepare, Miraz is literally hot on his hands, right? He just walked off with a victory and instantly still sitting down to play another game. So both have their pros and cons. Anuhit, I'm pretty sure he already has his deck set up because he's been watching the games very, very minutely. He knows what deck he needs to begin with. I think going by Anuhit's DNA so far, I am anticipating him to go quite heavy on the first one, quite explosive. And it feels like, for Miraz, he takes that first game to gauge his opponent always. He's like, I don't mind you guys beating me. Have that false sense of hope because eventually I'm going to come back in game 2 and game 3 to win it.
What if that is actually a strategy that he's been planning for?
Could be. I
Just
mean, we'll
take
have
the
to
win.
queue in
Yeah.
with Ocean and talking to Miraz would give in more answers as he can only unravel those mysteries. But for now, Captain, I think, somewhere down the line, in the bottom of our hearts, we want Team India to win, but we know that Team Kazakhstan has been winning hearts and have been surprising everybody in the arena.
Well, if this was not the perfect time to have the support of the home crowd, I don't know when it would be. Of course, it would be in the grand finals, but first, our boy has to make it through to the grand finals, right? And standing tall in front of him is Miraz, representing Kazakhstan. This is going to be a banger of a game, and this game will have everyone hot on their heels. We'll find out what happens. There's going to be no, too many delays. We'll find out exactly what happens in a couple of minutes more. But talking about, again, the overall decks that have been played. Miraz, he's shown us so many variations. However, Anuhit, he's stuck with his basic core. He has a very aggressive yet defensive approach. But on the other side, we have a defensive and counterproductive aggressive approach. So how does Miraz deal with it?
I mean, at this point, both of these players haven't faced up against each other. Both of them have been in situations of pressure where I think excellence has been demanded, and both have delivered. So again, like we already mentioned, right? These two, one of which will of course be a grand finalist, but the other one also has earned equal rights or equal stakes at it, because even if they lose from here, they're eventually going to go down to the lower bracket finale. So they'll have to play one more extra game. That is going to happen tomorrow. But for now, I mean, I think there's going to be a nice lead on to this, right? If you win the upper brackets, because you've got that one match advantage heading on into the grand finale. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is time you fasten your seatbelts, because we are in for one hell of a ride. Team India against Team Kazakhstan is going to begin any moment now.
Well, I was trying to count down and anticipate the game start, but apparently my countdowns don't work.
Yeah.
But hopefully, the hopes that all Indians have, considering that Global Esports Games is happening in India, we would love to see the Indian representative in the grand finals. Let's go on forward to game number 1, Anuhit versus Miraz, India versus Kazakhstan.
All right, making quick work of that hero bar. And now the Skellies being deployed. Just eating through the time. And look at Miraz. He has not exposed his major cards. Both of them dropping down. Their magic hero archer over here. And right now, The cannon has also been deployed. Ooh, I think that was all to just bait out the King Tower, but he did not succeed at that. And he's going to have another go at it. Both of them using their minor goblins and the minor one. And this is a nice tornado actually coming in from Miraz. The King Tower is opened up and Anuit seems to be in a little bit of a trouble.
Yeah, he's in big trouble. Because now that the King Tower is active, the defenses have mounted up. Let's find out what the call is going to be from Anuit. He has brought a cannon this time. Let's see what that cannon can do. Of course, limited range.
Yes.
Against that Hero Magic Archer, you won't be able to do anything. And look at that, the cannon just disappears without bringing in any actual value. The miner getting played again, Anuhit. He's really strong with that miner play.
Yeah.
But the counter has been brought spot on.
Absolutely. I mean, even the coach was doing his homework from the back lines. Anuhit drops down a Mega Knight on the right-hand side and will not be following it up with any troops. But now he's deployed that bomber over there. But again, Valkyrie still will be winning, and that extra help coming in from the King Tower. And the Valkyrie lives to fight another day there.
60 seconds to go. Double elixir in play. Let's find out how things are going to work out.
Okay.
Again, a double hero play coming in. Now, this is the first time we are seeing Anuhit actually with a double hero play. The Mega Knight has been sent up forward on the right lane. Ah, look at that. Look at the damage getting done. Cannon disabled. And now Anuhit is finding some serious value. 2047 to 2401. Highly in the lead. But this time the poison has to counter that push. The poison was saved so long just to counter that initial push. Skeletons should be able to do the job, and they do. And Anuhit with a great counter coming in.
Yeah, but no answer so far for the goblins there. And now the cannon slightly being aggressively deployed. But the archer quite fast at that as we head on into overtime. And look at this. The poison again been deployed. And Anuit is trying to make sure can get in as much damage as possible. Both of them just trying to chip each other's towers down. As the bomber will deal with that, but the log does reach its mark. Valkyrie should get a couple of hits, but no. Nice placement of that cannon by Anuit. Oh, and he ensures that it does not hit his tower there. But still, this is going to be interesting. Dealt with it as the goblins will be taken down by the bomber. As now the goblin miners, they're also chipping the damage out. It's all about chipping each other off going on right now.
But 1291, that's still Anuhit in the lead to 1946. Cannon again stopping a lot of that push. A minute and 5 seconds on the clock. Valkyrie pushed up forward. The Hero Miner will also go in forward, but the Mega Knight perfectly timed, perfectly dropped, and now the Valkyrie is in charge. Should be able to shut down, and he does.
Oh, the archer has connected.
The archer has connected, yes, and the Mega Knight will take care of it. Another push coming in. The poison will be dropped on. 11:04. 1091, one last play, 38 seconds to go, Fixes.
Absolutely, it has come down to this. Anuit, he knows that it could be his moment, but look at those beautiful, beautiful archers and the Valkyrie getting the job done for Miraz. We knew it was going to be a close game, and Miraz, he has always been cold. He hasn't shown a lot of expressions, but there you know, he was celebrating that win. And Anuit, he's been caught off guard, and the pressure starting to surmount. This is what we were talking about. Miraz has been going with a very hot run. He's got that hot hands, and Anuit has been a victim of him.
Anuhit again charged with pulling off another reverse sweep. But will he be able to do it? Miraz, the tactical genius, now ahead with first game victory. Will a reverse sweep be even possible? The momentum on Miraz's side, the advantage on his side. Miraz, however, he's calm, he's composed, and that is what I love about this play.
Yeah, but then again, you know, at this point, you could really see Anuit feeling the heat over here. Especially, I was kind of surprised that Anuit still wanted to go with the minor deck, especially after Miraz already witnessing it. And seemed like Miraz was well prepared, especially how slow he started off, gave that false sense of hope to Anuit that, all right, over time, all he's got to do is play defensive. He brought it down to the wire, to those final minutes. And eventually, that push coming in through the Valkyries, you had 3 Magic Archer heroes pushing through. So, that was a sight to behold, especially that lock-in at that one moment. I think that is where the game flipped for Anuit. But the margins are so slim over here, Captain. It's so difficult to say. But Anuit definitely has what it takes to bounce back in the next game. But what still worries me as this Warrior Minas, he does not want to give up at all.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen. Just a minute or so till we have the second game on our screens. Will both of us and all the audience, everybody's anticipating what is possible. Will Miraz continue his streak of wins? Or will Anuhit shut him down? Big questions raised, high hopes. Home crowd in his support. Anuhit has to make a play.
At this point, I'm starting to ponder if he's going to get the buildings to come in handy for himself. Because we know he's got a certain style of play. He's been using those troops, but maybe getting a bomb tower or maybe getting that Evo cannon up, that could really help Anuhit deal against Miraz. But this is something that Miraz has been very good at, right? He's reading his opponents, and this time, it's been a little bit of a reverse script where Miraz has actually won his first game. So,
yes.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if he wins the second one as well, that would be a loud statement to the crowd in India right now in the arena that, he's going to come for that ultimate crown, and there's no stopping him. But Anuhit, he was slightly rattled. We could see from his body language, the nervousness is starting to creep in because there are a lot of supporters here waiting for him in the arena to perform. There are a lot of cheers. And at this point, Anuhit, he's got to have himself locked in. We know he can do it. It's all about the executions to be perfect, Captain.
Well, let's talk about what buildings have been played so far. We have seen Anuhit move ahead with the Goblin Hut. We have also seen him play the cannon. Both of them didn't work out. However, on Miraz's side, he's played with the Goblin Hut. He's played with the mortar. He's played against the mortar. He's also played with the bomb tower. I mean, there's so many variables that Miraz can actually play with. He has so many decks and formations to go forward with. Anuhit, however, he's kept his core strong. And that is where his strength lies. However, that rigidity might be a problem against a player like Miraz.
At this point, I'm starting to wonder if, somebody gets in a Lava Loon deck once again. It's something that you would not be expecting to happen in the upper bracket finals. But hey, if Anuhit does that, that would be crazy, Maybe catch your opponent off guard. Because at the highest level, when you're playing on upper bracket finals games, it's all about those tiny little changes that you make. Or maybe it's all about those mind games that you have to do with your opponent. The build-up is definitely there. Both these players are taking their time, and the voice in my head says, we are ready, folks, to head inside the arena once again. It is going to be game number 2 again for the upper bracket finals. If Kazakhstan wins this, they earn themselves a spot directly into the grand finals with an advantage of a game. But it is a match where Anuhit needs to stage that comeback so that he could still be in contention in the upper brackets.
Just a few seconds to go. And then we will jump into the arena. Anuhit, hopes of the entire country lying in his shoulders now. Will he make it through? Let's find out. He has to first secure this round and then again claim a reverse sweep. Both the players taking their time to drop in the first card. What is the first card? What decks have been brought forward? And there it is. Miraz says, no worries, I'll lead the charge. And an immediate response comes through. A battle ram, Evo battle ram has been dropped. And on the other side, a Dark Prince. Well, the ram will be stopped, and so will the Barbarians from spawn.
Yeah, equal trades of Elixir, but still the Dark Prince surviving, and this looks to be a good start from Anuhit's sides, as has to deal with the Fisherman. If he can do that, it would really help him. A lot being committed by Minas at this point. The Royal Hogs on the right-hand side, and there you have it. A push initiated from two different directions, but Miraz, he's got quick hands. Instantly dropped down that big Mega Knight, and will follow with a Spirit Empress. This time on the grounded state. Interesting.
A big advantage that Anuhit has right now is all his cards are using lesser elixir compared to Midas, and I think that will be very crucial in the end part, especially when you have the double and the triple
He's got
elixir going
multiple
forward.
hits.
Yeah, and that Mega Knight has already created enough problems. The Mega Knight has tons of HP. If he jumps and locks onto your towers, you're basically 5 to 6 hits away from getting taken down. Already 2 hits were done. 1800 HP now remaining on the left-hand side tower for Anuhit.
I mean, Miraz, he's just farming aura at this point. Was just looking to the crowd, chilling, just letting his elixir refill as he goes in with his next wave of attack. Beginning with that Royal Ghost. Will follow it up with that Fisherman. Anuhit, this time he's got his defensive structures up. It's an Evo Tesla cannon. Tesla tower, in fact. And will get the job done. As the Dark Prince followed by a Hero Wizard in the play. And this time a Spirit Empress on the flying stance. And now, oh, that's a nice tornado pull. And that is going to be a massive chunk of damage coming in. But look at this, the Evo R Royal Ghost dishing out so much damage. But now, Tesla Tower, the Evo version of it, being answered by the Battle Ram, who are also in their Evo version. As Miraz, he is proving quite fatal right now.
Yeah, Midas, he's just going aggressive. We've never seen this style from him before. This is the first time he's showing us that he can play aggressive as well. And look at that, Midas already crushing the hopes of Anuhit. Anuhit has to step up big time. Dark Prince dropped up. On the other side, we have the Royal Ghost coming in. It will go through Royal Hogs on the right. 2 seconds before overtime. And there we go. Whoever gets the Archer Tower down will be going up forward, will be winning this round. 1542 damage. HP still remaining. Tesla Tower dropped in, but so far, Midas has been conserving all his elixir for one big massive push, and here we go with that.
I think Anuhit is in trouble. Could not deal. He had the that lightning spell, and look at this. This is what I was worried about. The Mother Knight again chipping through his towers piece by piece. But then again, Anuhit is gonna hold on for the next 1 minute, 30 seconds almost. As now, this time the Wizard, the Hero Wizard from the backline is gonna come in. Spirit Empress being deployed by Miraz. And those arrows, ooh, doing quite a decent amount of damage. But look at this, another hit coming in from Miraz. That is looking quite difficult for Anuhit as the final 60 seconds remain. But Anuhit, this time, he wanted to go for a push, but the hero buffs being present. Now the follow-up damage coming in from Miraz in the form of that Battle Ram and that Mega Knight. The big question, howsoever, can he get a hit on those towers?
That Evo Tesla definitely stalling that hit. But now the Dark Prince is going up forward. Will the Dark Prince be stopped? Yes, it has been stopped, but not for long. He's going up forward. Does he get a hit? No. 950 HP remaining. Now Anuhit is in the lead. We'll have to just wait it out for the next 30 seconds. A big push coming in. Anuhit, he has to pull this defense off. Miraz on the verge of winning this. But Anuhit, he's still not giving up. Another push. Will Anuhit be able to put that defense forward? A good hit coming in. But look at the right lane. The right part, the right tower is going down. 865. This is going to be super close. And so does the battle lamp on the left-hand side as well. But a backhand. Anuhit, he might just do it. And he does. He equalizes the score. Or does he not?
No, it was
does
Minas.
not.
It was Minas towards the end. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It is a photo finish. And seems like, yes, there you have it. They have it. Oh my God. The crown did break. Still difficult. And Minas, who seems to have pulled this one off. And there you have it. There you have it. What a match it was. What a match it was. Came down to the wire. But eventually, that bottom left tower was destroyed. Anuit did get that hit, but Minas countered it back. And my goodness, Team Kazakhstan have not just won this game, folks. They have went into the grand finals, securing that advantage for themselves.
How much does half a second cost you?
A lot.
85 HP was remaining on that right-hand side tower. If Anuhit would have been just a little faster, he would have pushed it into the decider round. But that could not happen.
That could not happen, but what a perfect ending to today's day. And this was a grand finale worthy match, but definitely the show's still not done yet, but we're done with the day. Folks, because tomorrow we have a slight update. We will be beginning the matches right from 10 a.m. in the morning. So for the people in the arena, make sure you come in early, get your friends in. But that is all from our side, because tomorrow we'll have the finale for the grand finals of Dota 2 and Clash Royale. But this is me, Fixes, and Captain Price signing off. We will see you. Till then, you guys take care and have a good night.